Good afternoon. The December 16th, 2025 meeting of the Seattle City Council will come to order, and it is 1:12 p.m. I'm Sarah Nelson, Council President. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Lynn.
Here.
Councilmember Rink.
Present.
Councilmember Rivera.
Present.
Councilmember Saka.
Here.
Councilmember Strauss.
Here.
Councilmember Hollingsworth.
Here.
Councilmember Kettle.
Here.
Council President Nelson.
Present.
8 present.
Thank you very much. Just one moment here. All right, we will now begin the public comment period that is regularly scheduled, and there will also be a public hearing on a piece of legislation that, and that public hearing must occur after 2 o'clock, so per the notice that we put out already. We are having an earlier meeting this week because there's a lot on the agenda. It's a 27-page agenda, more or less, and some of those items, most of those items are appointments. Nevertheless, we do have a lot to get through, including our comp plan legislation. So what we'll do right now is we will go into the public comment period. If you signed up for public comment, but were intending to speak at the public hearing instead about the grocery store legislation, then just be mindful and skip this general public comment. All right, at this time, and by the way, I just should note that this is my last City Council meeting, and I will have extremely brief remarks at the end of the meeting. So I'm going to spare us all those right now and just get right into public comment. We'll now open the public comment period, and you may read the instructions.
We have 20 in person and 8 remote speakers.
Okay.
Speakers will be called in the order in which they're registered. Speakers will hear a chime when 10 seconds are left of their time. Speakers' mics will be muted if they do not end their comments within the allotted time to allow us to call on the next speaker. We will now begin with our in-person commenters.
And we will allow for 1 minute each. Thank you.
All right, we'll start with our first speakers. And we have Yvette Dinish, excuse me, and then Cedar Bushu, and then Martha Brown and David Glogger.
Good afternoon, council members. Good to see you again. And as usual, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Also, I just came here for a brief thank you. I brought you guys from at the behest of the Rainy Beach Urban Farm and Wetlands. Each of you get a bag of fresh organic produce. So thank you for your work that you do, and because last week was brutal, I have to admit. So we'll see you at the 2 o'clock meeting, and then I guess I'll pass those to you via Amelia, your little bags of produce. Thank you, dear.
Thank you for the treats.
One for each of you.
My name is Cedar Bushu, and I am a resident down in South Park. We need more social programs, and one way to do that would be taxing the wealthy. And we need these programs such as gardens and shared private places and weed space on the properties to put them. Making the city more well-fed and happier is good for everybody, because a more desperate populace is a more violent populace, as shown in cases with the Fort Bragg cartel and the numerous police gangs in LA, which are essentially operating as their own cartels.
And Martha?
Yes.
Thank you. After Martha, it'll be David, and then it'll be Sandy Shuttler, excuse me. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Martha, and I'm a resident of District 4. And I'm here today just to say that I am supportive of affordability density, but also preserving our existing tree canopy and increasing our green space in an equitable and thoughtful manner. I'm concerned that Seattle is poised to hand the future of our city over to developers to exploit our beauty and trees and green space for their monetary gain. And if you continue to allow the outrageous removal of our healthy, mature trees at the current rate, not only will we not meet our climate goals, but risk losing all the natural beauty that makes Seattle so special to many of us. And without solid plans to protect our environment, especially tree canopy, maintaining our stormwater runoff and drainage, and stop building luxury housing, the goals of the resolution are not possible to meet. So thank you.
David?
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Dave Gloger, and I'm a resident of District 5. I assume that you're seeing the news about the flooding in and around Seattle. It is truly heartbreaking to see houses washed away and an entire neighborhood surrounded by water. But when I look at the legislation that is being passed by this council, I would guess that you're not paying attention. The comp plan will clearly increase hardscape and decrease green canopy. This will lead to more runoff and more flooding. When are we going to learn that you can't keep cutting down trees and paving over 95% of properties and then act surprised when there's flooding? On the King County website that shows sewer overflows, there have been 13 overflows in Seattle in just the past 48 hours. This means raw sewage is flowing into our streams, waterways, in Puget Sound, impacting the salmon and whales. So it looks like somebody like Donald Trump is in charge here, yelling, "Build, baby, build." We're a progressive city. We can do better than that. Thank you.
We have Sandy, and then we'll have Josh Friedman, and then Yvonne. Yeah, I believe it's Yvonne, or we, yes. Sorry for
no,
the
you're fine.
mispronunciations, but yes, please move forward. Sandy.
Okay, great. Yeah, hi. I'm Sandy Shetler, and I'm commenting on CB 120993. Yesterday, the United Nations said, "Nature isn't a guest in the city. Nature is infrastructure and must be treated as essential like roads and electricity." But our plan moves Seattle in the opposite direction by reducing green space and increasing pavement. On a 5,000 square foot lot, just 36 square feet is required for trees, less than 1%, unless a tree already exists. We are deeply grateful to Councilmember Rivera for Amendment 102 and those who supported. 102 protects the trees we have, but this plan still means more pavement in neighborhoods without trees and less climate resilience overall. As you vote today, please consider what you can do in 2026 to reduce this harm and build a city that truly cares for future generations. Thank you.
Council members. My name is Josh Friedman, and I'm a land use attorney here in Seattle. I specialize in helping housing, healthcare, and social services at all income levels to get permitted and built as efficiently as possible. So many stakeholders, professional staff, and electeds have put so much work into the first phase of the comp plan that is before you today. Nobody is probably completely happy with it, which probably means that the legislative process is working the way it is supposed to. We're a city that contains multitudes, so if anybody were completely happy with the comp plan, it would mean that not everybody was being listened to equally. Thank you, council members, for all of your work and attention to detail in this first phase of the groundwork to enable the housing that our city desperately needs. Please pass this first phase decisively and without further delay so that we can start working in earnest on the next phase of addressing our housing emergency. Thank you.
Evan, and then Ryan, and Logan.
Hello, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Evan Sexton. I'm a resident of District 4. I just want to start out by expressing my gratitude for all the work that has gone into this plan by council members, staff, and the mayor's team. That work has come through in the plan. I still have my gripes with it, but at the risk of sounding too positive, I just want to commend you all for listening to all of your constituents, even the ones you may disagree with. And I can acknowledge that this is a real balance that meets what residents were asking for. On that note, I ask the plan be passed as is. Thank you.
Council President Nelson, other council members, thank you for the time to speak to you today. I'm Ryan McKinster. I'm the Advocacy and Policy Manager for Habitat for Humanity. Thank you, Dan. I just need to pay attention to this more often. I'm really appreciative of all the work that's gone into this. I know it's been years. I know the work of the city council, the city staff, as well as the mayor's office has gotten us here. I wish this was the panacea we all hoped it would be. It is not, but it is a great start. We have about 204 home ownership opportunities in our pipeline currently in the Seattle area, and this is a start to add to that. In fact, my development team is already looking at good new possibilities in the coming year based on the changes you guys have made. So I really appreciate it, and thank you, Councilmember and Council President Nelson, for your help on these projects.
We now have, was it Ryan? You're Logan. Okay, yes, that was Ryan. You're Logan, and then we have Lily Hayward, and then we'll go into remote public commenters.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Logan Schmidt with the Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties. On behalf of our members, I want to express our support for adoption of Council Bills 120985 and 120993, along with the accompanying continuing resolution. Together, these pieces of legislation will meaningfully provide Seattle with more diverse, more affordable housing. We appreciate the leadership of Select Committee Chair Hollingsworth throughout this process, as well as Councilmember Rink and Council President Nelson, for advancing amendments that improve feasibility and efficiency, exempting ADUs from MHA, increasing allowable ADU size, incentivizing cottage housing, and expanding stacked flat bonuses tied to green factor metrics are all smart, targeted policies that will support homeownership, missing middle housing, and infill production. While other barriers still remain, MBAX will remain a partner to Council in Phase 2 and beyond. Thank you, and happy holidays.
Good afternoon, Council President Nelson and council members. Lily Hayward speaking on behalf of the Seattle Metro Chamber of Commerce in support of CB 120985 and 120933. This comp plan update before you will make it easier to start a business, hire and retain workers, and grow families in all areas of the city. You took a strong plan and you made it stronger, and your commitment to housing and affordability was at the forefront of this process. We'd like to thank Councilmember Hollingsworth for your leadership during this time, and for Council Members Rink and Nelson for your partnership to our coalition, and to each and every one of you for putting forward amendments and taking votes that will increase our housing supply and make Seattle a more vibrant and accessible and sustainable community. We look forward to working with you in the next phase in partnership and beyond. We'd also like to say a particular thank you for Council President Nelson for your leadership during your time on council. You've been a steadfast advocate for housing, public safety, behavioral health, and homelessness, and through it all have placed accountability and transparency at the forefront of that agenda. And both the amended comp plan and the ethics legislation on the agenda today are excellent examples of that. Thanks so much, and happy holidays, everyone.
We'll now move into remote public comment.
A reminder to our remote speakers, please press *6 after you have heard the message that you have been unmuted. Our first remote speaker is June Blue Spruce, and June will be followed by Lois Martin. Go ahead, June.
Hello. Resolution 32-183 version 2 lists positive goals that I support. Thank you. Text as follows is a laundry list of developer-friendly provisions. Its many loopholes put Seattle's affordability, tree canopy, neighborhood livability, environmental equity, and endangered orchids at risk. The resolution opens doors for developers to increase development and impervious surfaces after the plan is implemented. Most of its positive language is vague and unenforceable. It buys into the notion that increased housing supply will automatically improve affordability without addressing the fact that developers usually prioritize profit over affordability and neighborhood health. The resolution mentions SEPA analysis in several places. However, if the council raises SEPA thresholds, most projects will not require this. Please close the loopholes in this resolution and pass Amendment A to protect the central area from further upzoning and displacement. Thank you very much. And I do want to thank.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lois Martin, and Lois will be followed by Greg Smith. Go ahead, Lois.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Lois Martin. I'm a Legacy resident of District 3. I urge you to vote yes on Amendment A and to continue fixing the loopholes in Resolution 32183. Amendment A Version 2. Amendment A creates needed space to pause and engage communities before expanding regional center boundaries tied to the central area. At the same time, Resolution 32183 Version 2 weakens secret review and relies on an environmental impact statement that understates tree loss and increased hard surfaces. That drives polluted stormwater into Puget Sound, harming salmon and southern resident orcas. These are connected impacts: land use decisions, environmental review, and displacement. Support Amendment A and close the SEPA and EIS loopholes before these harms are locked in. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Greg Smith, and Greg will be followed by David Haynes. Go ahead, Greg.
Hello, my name is Greg Smith. First, I want to thank all of you for your months of hard work on this comprehensive plan. I know it was not easy, and I bet it's not always comfortable. So again, thank you for your work. I ask you to pass the first parts of the comprehensive plan as is today. No more delays, please. It's not your fault, but the comp plan's over a year late. During this delay, more people have become homeless, others have become more and more rent burdened, and still others have had to leave Seattle. And in 2026, take up and pass the next phase of the comprehensive plan as rapidly as you can. People are counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Haynes, and David will be followed by Suzanne Grant. Go ahead, David.
Hi, thank you, David Haynes. The comp plan has been sabotaged by self-dealing landlords on the council with conflicts of interest. They've weaponized the tree ordinance, they have weaponized the reappointments, and they distract from the infractions of changing laws that denied and put restrictions on the developers that cheated a whole bunch of people out of already built affordable housing. And then they created what amounts to like the MHA fee fund, where only politically connected nonprofits are allowed access to that money. And it's hampered the efforts to build 21st century first world quality homes. Yet the landlords have no problem with putting everybody on the side of the loud, obnoxiously noise polluted, transit oriented side of the highway, repeating the history of acting like you're doing black and brown people a favor by creating modern third world warehouse echo slum pieces of real estate on the side of the highway that's too low to the ground. It doesn't have the noise abated walls. We need an investigation of the abuse and have the new mayor fix the comprehensive plan that was under.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Suzanne Grant, and Suzanne will be followed by Patrick Christie. Go ahead, Suzanne.
Thank you. Tier 1 trees are currently not well protected on development sites. The language in this resolution needs to say, protect Tier 1 trees, especially on development sites. We also need protection for Tier 2 entry trees to maintain and grow our tree canopy. Evergreens filter, retain, and cool stormwater, which saves aquatic life, including our endangered orcas and the fish they eat. It takes one heavy rain to exceed our wastewater capacity and result in untreated sewage going into the Salish Sea. The Ballard tank's not going to fix that. Most toxic chemicals are not removed by our wastewater systems. We need trees to filter and slow stormwater runoff. And there's not enough room on sidewalk strips to replace the many, many trees being removed, cut down on private property for new development. And removing ADUs from FAR calculations and maximum density regulations will increase impervious surfaces, again, contributing to the stormwater runoff and increasingly killing our endangered orcas. This is your last chance to keep Seattle green and not completely lose our emerald canopy.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Patrick Christie, and following Patrick will be Orla Concanon and Aiden Thornsberry. Orla, you're not present currently, so if you are planning to speak, please call in now. We'll move on to Patrick Christie. Go ahead, Patrick.
Hello, this is Patrick. Christie. I'm a university Seattle. I'm a professor in environmental policy and international studies. I've conducted research on policy and problems around the world, and I work a lot with Coast Salish peoples. We know from decades of empirical work that transparent, inclusive public along with success and sustainability. We acknowledge that densification of housing is important. We also acknowledge there is constant pressure for development in Puget Sound region and the impacts on water sheds here. We live in a world in Puget Sound where federally tribes, which I will not speak on behalf of, have clear rights to detailed and legally binding information, and I feel that's a problem. I plan on using this as a case study with a class for 150 students in the University of Washington the coming year.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Orla Concanon, and following Orla will be Aiden Thornsberry. Go ahead, Orla. And Orla, there you go.
Hi there. My apologies, everyone, for the technical glitch. I'm on the road, but this is so important that I wanted to make a comment. My name is Orla Concanon from District 4, and thank you for this opportunity. I've had the opportunity to come in person, and, as I think about what I want to say today, I ask you to, please, consider the resolution I'm speaking about, 120993, and I just want to dispel the false narrative that it's either nature or density. At this very moment, we have overflowing sewers. We have a newborn baby orca in our sound, and young calves only last month have passed away, and before then as well. We have wildfires that are clouding our skies. And to quote the United Nations Habitat Program, cities have to stop treating trees as a decoration and start.
Thank you. Our last remote speaker signed up is Aiden Thornsberry. Go ahead, Aiden.
Hello, my name is Aiden Thornsberry. I would like to thank the council for their work in improving the comprehensive plan over the past couple months, allowing more housing for all Seattleites, enabling better quality of life, more affordable city for everyone. Additionally, please do not remove any areas like the Central District, Donut Hole, or future neighborhood centers from future upzones. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our last remote speaker signed up to speak.
Okay, we'll go back to in-person public comment, starting with Carter Nelson, Jasmine Smith, David Moying, and then Bennett Halston. Carter.
Good afternoon, Council President Nelson and council members. Carter Nelson here on behalf of NAIOP Washington State, the Commercial Real Estate Development Association, representing more than 400 members who create, own, and manage commercial real estate across the state. This comprehensive plan reflects an incredible amount of work from you all, your staff, and so many stakeholders. It's been a true group effort, and we're honored to have contributed through our work as part of the Complete Communities Coalition. This plan sets Seattle on a path toward more abundant housing and inclusive growth. After action today, the next step is critical, really focusing on high-density areas where we can deliver more of the housing our city needs. That will require the market to play its part and for the city to continue removing barriers and making it easier to build. Our members are committed to being part of the solution, and we're grateful for the thoughtful, collaborative work that went into this plan. Thank you for your leadership, and we look forward to continuing this partnership as Seattle moves forward. Thank you.
Hi, council members. My name is Jasmine Smith. I am the Director of Local Advocacy for FutureWise and co-chair of the Complete Communities Coalition. And I just want to say thank you so much to council members, central staff, clerks, Office of Planning and Community Development, advocates, the mayor's office, everyone who's come together over the past 3 years to put together a plan that incorporates all of our voices, that has been thoughtful and been bold as we look at how to prevent some of the tragedies that are surrounding us. One of the biggest things that we can do is protect our wetlands and protect our rural spaces and to prevent sprawl, and all of our voices being included in putting together a comp plan that includes all of us has really built something that's going to be incredible, and I can't wait to continue this work. We have a plan that includes all of us, from View Ridge to Finney Ridge to Del Ridge, from Columbia City to Lake City.
We have David, and then following David will be Bennett.
Thank you. David Mooring with District Number 7, Interbay District. Just two quick things. One is I also want to support to pass Amendment A, especially after the September 18th and 19th discussions that was brought up by Councilmember Hollingsworth and seconded by Rob Seka. We got to preserve the Central District. The second item I want to talk about is the proposed resolution for amenity areas, item J on page 5. It basically says to develop a proposal to reduce or eliminate amenity areas in neighborhood residential and low-rise zones to provide flexibility and tree protection. Well, basically, if there's any message about exterior amenity areas taking away trees, there's a lot of examples here where they are preserved. And so you're not helping trees by taking that away. And also you're not helping communities such as this 3728 South Angelina Street, where code protection is required for exterior amenity areas for good reason. I'll put these in the box. Thank you for your time.
We have Bennett, and then Jess Young and Tara Kemp.
Good afternoon, Council. So I've frequently suggested here that I thought one or more of you should do a Reddit Q&A, especially for controversial things like the surveillance bill. I wanted to respond to something that Mark Solomon said to me about the suggestion before his term ended, and he said it was okay to repeat this. He was talking about how he felt like it meant a lot more to a constituent if you were able to reply to an individual email or meet them in person in a town hall. And so let me say, I get that. I think, of course, it's true. It will mean a lot more to that person. The problem is that it doesn't scale up to the other 800,000 people in the city. And think about a Reddit Q&As. One person can ask a question, many other people can vote it up. Also, I understand that it feels good to be able to make somebody's day like that by answering their question. This might be a case where you have to choose between doing what feels good and what is best for the most number of constituents, because it does help more people if you answer a question on a Reddit.
We now have Jess Young and Tara Kemp, and then Kyler.
Hi, Council. Good to see you. I'm Jess Yang, ballot homeowner and HDC community organizer, speaking with the Complete Communities Coalition. We're finally here at the end of the beginning. I want to express my appreciation for your hard work on passing an overall pro-housing set of amendments. And I know it hasn't been an easy process, but thank you for taking the opinions of your constituents into account. I ask you to pass both bills as they stand. I encourage you to think about our unhoused neighbors and our essential workers who keep our communities strong. They need affordable housing now. We're looking forward to continued collaboration as the process continues. Thank you and happy holidays.
No. Just deleted my testimony. That one's better. Yeah, I like this one a little bit more. All right, thank you, Council. Hi, my name is Tara. I am an organizer with FutureWise, and I am a D3 resident, also a sprawl survivor from Los Angeles. Today, I'm going to be sharing community members' stories, what they've been telling us about their housing struggles, and what they want to see in Seattle. On the notion of what struggles they have been facing from the U District, I cannot afford to eat. I can barely manage rent, and I was in the shelter last year, and I am fearful of all times of being back there. From Crown Hill, in a recent search for new housing, I struggled with finding a space that was more than 250 square feet and less than $1,500 a month. My previous apartment was demanding rent that was 35% of my net income. On what they want for a future in Seattle, from Inner Bay, we need housing of more kinds. This must mean density, since Seattle cannot grow geographically. We have to end the notion that Seattle is mostly a city of detached homes with yards. From Wallingford, I would like to see Seattle break out of its suburban mentality that captivates so many citizens and some of our leaders. We need housing. Do they all need or can afford the same style of housing? I think not. Thank you, Council.
We have Kyler and then Jeff, Paul, and then Jesse Simpson.
Thank you. Hello, Council. My name is Kyler Paris. I'm a D3 resident. I urge you to vote yes on the comprehensive plan before you. We rarely get the opportunity in government to celebrate unequivocal wins. I hope you take this moment today to celebrate what has been a really long and arduous process, and maybe a little pat on the back to yourself or a drink. Also, I want to thank all of the many advocates and residents of Seattle who have fought for years, who have shown up at town halls, at public comments. This is a long process for them and for city staff. Pretty incredible that we can now build a lot more homes in the Seattle, increase affordability, and maybe at some point also make this a place where everyone has a home. Thank you.
Good to go? Yes. Oh, sweet. Hi, everybody. My name is Jeff Paul. I'm with House Our Neighbors. It's so great to see you all today. Particularly shout out Councilmember Lynn, the dais suits you well. It's really great to see you here. I just wanted to thank you and congratulate everyone for finally getting through the first phase. I know it's been a long road. I'm sure you all are very tired, but I'm very excited that we can be here today. Particularly excited that we're about to vote forward, I hope, a comprehensive plan that supports social housing. I want to thank Councilmember Kettle for putting forward Amendment 61 to support social housing, and for everybody else for supporting it. And also, again, thank you, Councilmember Kettle, for putting social housing in the legislative state advocacy platform. We really appreciate that. Thank you, Councilmember Rink, for pushing for neighborhood centers so we can have more neighbors in this beautiful city. And thank you, Councilmember Hollingsworth, for prioritizing families with your density bonus for family-sized apartments. We are excited to continue to work with you all as we move on to the next phase of the comp plan to make this a city where everyone can afford to live and thrive. Thank you.
We now have Jesse Simpson and then Jennifer Godfrey.
Hey, good afternoon, council members. I'm Jesse Simpson with the Housing Development Consortium and co-chair of the Complete Communities Coalition. I want to thank you for your thoughtful engagement and leadership on this comp plan and neighborhood residential zoning before you today, and I urge you to pass them quickly. Seattle has a deep housing shortage, the result of decades of restrictive policies that have made so much of our city off limits for new construction. The consequences of this shortage are real: spiraling costs, displacement, long commutes, and families and individuals struggling to stay housed. Fundamentally, if we want Seattle to be a more welcoming and affordable city, we need to build more homes. And that starts with making it legal to build denser homes across the entire city. Today's vote is a historic step forward for Seattle. By prioritizing housing in your amendments, including with strong stacked flat and affordable housing bonuses, you've opened the door to meaningful progress. Look forward to collaborating with you all on Phase 2 zoning implementation for multifamily and mixed-use areas to fully implement this plan. Thanks.
Hi, thank you for all of your work. I would first ask that you address the serious typos in the resolution before going forward with that. Otherwise, I speak on behalf of endangered species and humanity. I look forward to a city that embraces the science of how evergreens reduce, filter, and cool stormwater. Removing them creates conditions incompatible with aquatic life, including baby orcas. A heavy rain can cause untreated CSO sewage overflows. Many toxic chemicals are not removed by our wastewater systems in Seattle. I look forward to a city that knows respecting tribes means respecting tribal knowledge of the ecosystem and acting on their guidance. Their guidance was largely ignored. Building more expensive homes creates more expensive homes. Failing the environment, affordability, displacement, racial equity. That's what's in this plan. Builders will choose the maximum profit without regard to the environment. Please protect good regulations to find a middle ground. Middle housing is not 6 separate luxury homes on a lot.
We have Susan, Fedor, Donald, Bresky, and then Mike.
First, big thanks to Councilmember Saka. Been an absolute champion for District 1. We really appreciate you. I know this has been a long, drawn-out thing, but community members across neighborhoods are witnessing a hyper-colonization of the land we occupy, driven by corporations, private equity firms, and foreign investors to further enrich the wealthy. 85% of projects going up in my neighborhood involve demolishing affordable homes only to be replaced with another single-family home that is 3 times more expensive and more than twice the size. Hidden behind the provisions outlined in Resolution 32183 is the erasure of green space and climate resilience, prioritizing for-profit real estate interests, and the false use of racialized analysis in the name of equity to justify fracturing of neighborhoods that still have green space, necessary drainage, and environmental resilience. With the removal of thousands of trees and significant increase in impervious surfaces the past 3 years, we now lack the proper infrastructure to manage the increase in human waste and stormwater flow. Over the past week, there have been dozens of combined sewer overflows into Seattle's Puget Sound, threatening salmon, the life-giving relative of our tribal communities. Nothing in the...
We have Donna, then Mike.
Hello, my name is Donna Bresky. I'm a licensed professional engineer. My area of practice includes water system design and policy analysis. The 2025 Seattle 1 Comprehensive Plan does not demonstrate compliance with the concurrency requirement to ensure the needed water system infrastructure is in place to support the projected growth. The Washington State Growth Management Act requires that the land use element and the capital facilities plan element are coordinated and consistent. Revised Code of Washington 36.7a requires public funding sources identified for water system utility structure upgrades. Seattle's geodata map depicts miles and miles of water mains listed as unsuitable for new water service. There's nothing in the 2019 SPU business plan.
Mike.
Hello, my name's Mike Decker. I'm a little Seattle homemaker. As a matter of fact, our family's been making homes in the Seattle area since the 60s. That would be the 1860s. I know a little bit of what it takes to develop a comprehensive plan like this. I co-authored City of Kirkland's comp plan in 1995. We call it the 2020 plan. Well, that came and left, and frankly, the homes I'm able to build now underneath this comp plan, we have been doing so, we're hitting below the median price point, 3-bedroom, fee simple properties where people own their own land, park a garage off street, raise a family. We're doing it with the precursor of this comp plan, can continue to do so. So thank you for all your work on this comp plan. Help builders like me who've been around more than just a few years, maybe a few decades, century and a half, and help us continue to build Seattle's future. Looking forward to it. And by the way, go Dogs.
Is your last registered speaker?
Okay, the public comment period is now closed for today, and we'll move on to how many people are, could you please tell me now how many people are signed up for the public hearing, which we won't do. We have other things, but.
We currently have 2 remote speakers for the public hearing.
Okay. Just one moment, please. All right. At this, we cannot legally start until 2 o'clock. So let's go ahead and switch the order. Instead of making people wait for 9 minutes, we will go ahead and change the order here to get through some of the approvals of things first. Does that pass parliamentary muster? Okay. So we will move on to item F, which is the adoption of the Introduction and Referral Calendar. Hearing no objection, the Introduction and Referral Calendar is adopted. All right. Now, if there is no objection, the agenda will be adopted. Hearing no objection, the agenda is adopted. We'll now consider the proposed consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar include Council Bill 121144, payment of bills, 29 appointments from the Housing and Human Services Committee, 20 appointments from the Libraries, Education, and Neighborhoods Committee, and 12 appointments from the Parks, Public Utilities, and Technology Committee. 1 appointment from the Public Safety Committee, 18 appointments from the Sustainability, City Light, Arts, and Culture Committee. Are there any items that council members would like to remove from today's consent calendar? Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Council President. I would like to remove item 80 from the consent calendar, please.
Could you please read what that item is?
Appointment number 03382.
Thank you very much. Okay. Are there any other items that people would like removed from the consent calendar? All right. Okay. Hearing none, I move to adopt the consent calendar. And item 80, appointment 3382, has been removed and will be addressed separately. So I move to adopt the consent calendar excluding item 80. And is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to adopt the consent calendar excluding item 80. Will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the consent calendar?
Councilmember Lynn,
Yes.
Councilmember Rink,
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera,
Aye.
Councilmember Saka. Aye. Councilmember Strauss.
Aye.
Councilmember Hollingsworth.
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle.
Aye.
Council President Nelson.
Aye.
8 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you very much. The consent calendar items, excluding item 80, are adopted. Will the clerk please affix my signature to the minutes and legislation on the consent calendar on my behalf? All right. Will the clerk please read item 1 into the record?
Agenda item 1, Council Bill 121-126, amending Ordinance 127-156, which adopted the 2025 budget, making appropriations from the general fund for food programs and reserves.
All right. I move to pass Council Bill 121-126. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to pass the bill. As sponsor of the bill, I'll address it and then go ahead and open the floor to comments. On October 30th, the mayor proclaimed a civil emergency associated with the federal government shutdown, which impacted the federal distribution of local SNAP benefits. And on November 3rd, the city council adopted resolution 32186, which modified the mayor's emergency proclamation. On November 12th, the federal government ended the shutdown, restoring SNAP benefits. And then on the 21st of November, 2025, the mayor proclaimed the end of the civil emergency. And so this bill would identify the general fund as the source of public funds to address the food security uses, including appropriations of $2.7 million to HSD and $300,000 to OSC. And these amounts cover 3 weeks of food assistance totaling $1 million per week as authorized by the mayor's office during the civil emergency. According to the city budget office, these represent the appropriations necessary to cover invoices received by each department. No additional emergency food spending is planned. The 2026 adopted budget approved by council last month included $4 million reserve in the general fund to cover partial impacts from the ongoing food emergency, which had originally been estimated at $8 million. Of this reserve, $3 million is available to support the food security appropriations here in Council Bill 121-126. So this bill would appropriate the remaining $1 million to Finance General as a reserve against future uncertainty about federal policy changes affecting city and community provided programs. And so basically, we allocated $4 million, $3 million was used, there's $1 million left over, and this puts it in its rightful place. So are there any comments? All right.
I have my hand up.
Councilmember Strauss.
Thank you, Council President. And I had assumed that as this is budget legislation, I would be the sponsor. I see you're the sponsor, so I'm going to be asking to be added as a co-sponsor. I assumed that this was a mistake. Is that correct?
It is going, that is fine. Go ahead. Sure. Yep, that was a mistake.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, this is budget legislation. I won't rattle off how many pieces of budget legislation we've passed this year, but it is a high number. This legislation before us is about us as a city stepping forward to care for each other when the federal government decides not to fulfill its most basic responsibilities. Colleagues, while we were in the middle of the budget session, the food emergency became ever present with the SNAP benefits ending. And as the mayor provided access to emergency funding to provide food to everyday Seattleites, we as a council made the decision that using our emergency fund was not the right way to do it. And so that's why we set aside $4 million for the effort during the budget session. This legislation closes the loop on that effort, paying for the surge in food support, checking the receipts to make sure that we're not overpaying what the mayor promised, and making sure that we had enough money to cover the need. And so what amounted was we spent $3 million as a city in 3 short weeks to pay for food, which left $1 million remaining, which we are putting to the reserve fund, which sets us up to respond to the federal crisis, the next manufactured crisis from the federal government that we don't know what's coming. Because if the food crisis, if SNAP benefits had not been restored when they had, we would have spent $8 million between the 1st of November and Christmas. And so this is prudent legislation to put that $1 million back into our reserve and to pay for the food without tapping our emergency fund. This is the type of coordination that it takes to make sure that whatever the federal government does next, we're upholding our responsibilities as the last line of defense for working families in Seattle. This strategy also streamlined the process, preventing us from having to deplete our emergency fund for a different rainy day. So colleagues, because this is budget legislation, it does require 3/4 vote. Thank you.
Are there any comments or questions? All right. Go ahead, please call the vote on the bill.
Councilmember Lynn?
Yes.
Councilmember Rink?
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera?
Aye.
Councilmember Saka?
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss?
Aye.
Councilmember Hollingsworth?
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle?
Aye.
Council President Nelson?
Aye.
8 in favor, none opposed.
All right. The bill passes and the chair will sign it. Will the clerk please affix my signature to the legislation on my behalf? It is now 2 o'clock, so we will go back to that other item, which is the public hearing. So, one moment, please, getting back to the script. And please, if you didn't sign up yet, now is your opportunity to do that. As presiding officer, I will open the public hearing on Council Bill 121094 or Ordinance 127329, relating to negative use restrictions that limit a property's use as a grocery store or pharmacy. How many speakers have signed up to speak today, please?
Excuse me, 2 in person and 2 remote so far.
Okay, let's give each speaker 2 minutes and start with the 2 in-person speakers.
So we'll start with Donna and then Carolyn. Donna first.
Since it's a public hearing, I assume I could talk about whatever I want. If not, please have somebody escort me away and I will willfully be escorted by security. The
This is.
I suspect that I am judged by me, the messenger, as opposed to the message I have to give. Councilmember Kettle, your nonverbal communication toward me as I spoke, as you had your hands
You
in your
must be
face,
speaking
was
on
disruptive. I
public-
will, if
on
a
legislation.
officer comes to me and escorts me away, security officer, I will walk away with them without any confrontation.
If there is no objection from my colleagues, I will permit the comment that is before us right now, as we
So
know
there
that
is a
it takes a
lawsuit
long time to get.
from SPU. It has nothing to do with the Growth Management Act. It has to do with RCW 82, direct nexus and proportionality. The section of the RCW that I'm talking about is RCW 3670. There is no lawsuit on that. This is the disconnect in your Growth Management Act. There have already been at least 6,000 unbuilt homes in the past 10 years because the water infrastructure is not available to support the growth. I personally have had clients that put tens of thousands of dollars into surveying and in the hope of the ADU and DADU that have to just abandon after 50, after $100,000. There's over 20 miles. The comprehensive plan has a Seattle Public Utilities business plan in it from 2019. This in itself should be a red flag. In 2020, Seattle Public Utilities released WTR 440, designating miles and miles of pipe as obsolete and no new taps. How could a 2019 report in your current comprehensive plan possibly have funding for something that was identified in 2020? Please read this. Thank you for your time.
Carolyn?
Council members, I'm here to address you on the Libraries, Education, and Neighborhoods Committee, item number 3, CB121139, landmarking the Stewart House. When I appeared before the committee, Council Member Chin had a question which I did want to answer now in the public comment. If you've looked at the pictures of this residence, there's a garage. Underneath that garage was always an apartment. The garage itself has been made into a second apartment, and then a third apartment has been added to the top. So this is not a property that houses a single household. It's a property that houses 4 households. I also want to touch on another reason why I think landmarking a Lionel Priest property is important. And I brought the book written by Professor Jeffrey Oxner as a prop to show you.
Please pause and just let the record show that this is not germane to the topic of the public hearing, but you may finish your comments. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Councilmember Nelson. What I wanted to say is that honoring and recognizing Lionel Priest is restoring an important architect to a position that should never have been taken from him. I'm not sure if the council members read this in the report, but one thing that happened was that Lionel Priest was a talented, well-recognized, and beloved professor of architecture at the University of Washington. He was discovered by the dean that he was a gay man, and he was called into the dean's office on a Friday afternoon and fired, told, have your things out by Monday morning. After that, in the 50s and 60s, this architect wasn't really recognized and honored and discussed for his contributions to architecture and buildings in our city. Landmarking this house, which is the second house he designed, is a way to restore him to what he deserves. Thanks for hearing me.
We'll go to our only remote public commenter that is present for this topic.
Our present remote public commenter for the public hearing is David Hain. David, go ahead. Actually, we have one more public commenter that's just signed up for the public hearing. who will follow David Haynes, and that is Leo Kitchell. Following David Haynes will be Leo Kitchell. Go ahead, David.
Hi, thank you, David Haynes. We need to get rid of that law that restricts the use of the property because it benefits the antitrust monopolized shelf space that Kroger already arguably takes advantage of. And I think we need to realize that when they talk about the farmers market being more permanent, it has to be permanent shelf space in a normal location, not in the parking lot. But getting rid of that law that puts restrictions, that should have never been allowed to begin with. And it's a telltale sign that Seattle has a backstab that's built into some of their city chapters that cheats the people and rips off the workers and the consumers. So I just hope that you expedite getting rid of that ordinance and proliferate the celebration of robust floor plans and 21st century first world quality redevelopments that are pedestrian centric and resident friendly, that doesn't provide the car centric infrastructure that makes everybody live on the side of the road dealing with the road rage. But just get rid of the ordinance, and anything else that restricts the use of, first world quality robust floor plans. But I swear, the farmers market needs to have permanent shelf space in the neighborhoods with real estate, not in the parking lot, and not one day a week, like the mayor acts like he's doing the people a favor, making the farmers set up until December to sell their stuff for 6 hours, and they got to pack up. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Our public hearing speaker, Leo Kitchell, is signed up, but he is not present. Leo, if you are there, you need to call in now. Otherwise, we are finished with the public hearing. I'm not seeing Leo present. I believe that was our last public hearing speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. The public hearing is now closed. Will the clerk please read item 2 into the record?
The report of the Libraries, Education, and Neighborhoods Committee, Agenda Item 2, Appointment 3294, Reappointment of Dwane Chappelle as Director of the Department of Education and Early Learning for a term to August 1st, 2029. The committee recommends that the council confirm the appointment.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Rivera, as chair of the committee, you're recognized in order to provide the committee report.
Thank you, Council President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you for giving me the opportunity and the honor really to present the reappointment of Dr. Director Dwane Chappelle to the Department of Education and Early Learning. Dr. Chappelle has been with the department for a number of mayoral administrations, so quite some time. We at the committee level passed it out of committee this past Friday with a 4-0 vote and resounding support from the committee members. I've been working with Director Chappelle with Dwane now for 8 years, and we've been through thick and thin together, colleagues. Some of you heard me say at committee, Dwane is always thinking about how to better support our kids and our students. He is one of the biggest advocates for kids, and I have never seen him without a smile on his face and a positive attitude. That is why many of us love Director Chappelle. In fact, I don't know anyone who doesn't. And I am really just proud to call him my colleague and my friend. He's done great work at the department, and I look forward to having you join me in reappointing him as the director of the Department of Education and Early Learning. Happy to answer any questions that any of my colleagues have.
Are there any questions or comments? Councilmember Kettle.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Councilmember Rivera. I just wanted to say that I had the great opportunity to meet with Dr. Director Chappelle yesterday and talking about the FEP levy implementation. It was a great discussion and talk about priorities that I have, the important pieces like early education, so important. But also on the other end, the Seattle Promise Program, that is so important as we look to, give that lift up for those young people in the communities throughout the city. And as Chair of Public Safety, I would note too that that's a great opportunity for people to get an education for serving in public safety, whatever department that may be. And I also want to thank Councilmember Rivera for the inclusion K through 12 and beyond, including the Promise program of supporting the trades. I think that's very important. And so I want to thank both for their inclusion of different pieces and putting the emphasis on that very important area. So thank you, and I look forward to voting.
Thank you very much. Other questions or comments? Councilmember Saka.
Thank you, Madam Council President. I just want to say that I am proud to be able to support Director Dr. Dwane Chappelle. Referring to him in his official city capacity. Yes, his fancy title is well-earned and important, but he is one of our esteemed leaders as well. So proud to be able to support him today. He shares, I think he's the right leader in the right moment, right time in our city's history to help usher in and implement this generous $1.3 billion voter-approved levy, but also position our city to implement once and for all universal free preschool for all program in Seattle, which is, colleagues, as you know, a huge priority of mine, and I think our mayor-elect as well, and I think a number of you. So proud to be able to support our esteemed director's reappointment, and looking forward to partnering with him and his team to help bring to life so many of these great investments. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other, I don't see any other hands raised. I'll simply note, first of all, that now is a good time to reappoint Mr. Chappelle, because there is a big body of work that's incoming to fulfill the FEP levy, which is the implementation plan. And first, and before I just note that, I want to thank, since I have mentioned the education plan, I mean the FEP levy, I want to thank Councilmember Rivera for your leadership on that process, and for really making us focus on the task at hand, which was to get that to the ballot. And now that it has passed, the big body of work is going to be this coming year, figuring out what are those investments in the K-12 bucket that remain to be decided. And it is, and so I mention this because it's good to have that continuity of leadership at the table as those decisions are made, and as that levy fulfills its promise. So that's one thing I'll say. And then in general, you are first of all, I will note that usually we do have directors present when we reaffirm, the department heads present. So since he is not here, I will speak of him in the third person and just say that he is a warm and caring individual who has always been open to the comments, questions, and proposals of council members. Ever since I've been here, he has been very accessible and very responsive, and I'm just very thankful for his leadership going forward as the FEP levy is implemented, and for all other work that DEAL is doing to improve the lives and the education of our young people and in town. So I will be supporting his reappointment with full confidence and gratitude for his service to the city. All right. If there are no other comments, not seeing any, okay. I will then call the roll on the passage of the bill, of the reappointment, please.
Councilmember Lynn?
Yes.
Councilmember Rink?
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera?
Aye.
Councilmember Saka?
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss?
Aye.
Councilmember Hollingsworth?
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle?
Aye.
Council President Nelson?
Aye.
8 in favor, none opposed.
All right. The appointment is confirmed. Congratulations, Director Chappelle. All right. Will the clerk please read item 3 into the record?
Agenda item 3, Council Bill 121, 139, relating to historic preservation, imposing controls upon the Stewart House, a landmark designated by the Landmarks Preservation Board. The committee recommends the bill pass with council members Rivera, Rink, and Hollingworth in favor, none opposed, and 1 abstention from Councilmember Lynn.
Okay. Councilmember Rivera, as chair of the committee, you're recognized to provide the committee report.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, this is a property that was landmarked by the city's landmark board. This legislation imposes the negotiated controls and incentives agreement for that landmark designation, which is in this case the Stewart House, which the owners agreed to. The historic property was built in 1931 in the Endelin Arroyo Heights neighborhood of West Seattle, and the Land Committee is recommending at the passage of these negotiated controls and incentives. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, hearing none. Will the clerk please call the roll on the passage of the bill?
Councilmember Lynn,
Yes.
Councilmember Rink,
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera,
Aye.
Councilmember Saka,
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss,
Aye.
Councilmember Hollingsworth, Councilmember Kettle,
Aye.
Council President Nelson.
Aye.
8 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you very much. The bill passes and the chair will sign it. Will the clerk please affix my signature to the legislation on my behalf? All right, and will the clerk please read item 4 into the record?
4, Council Bill 121, 140, relating to historic preservation, imposing controls upon the Licton Springs Park, a landmark designated by the Landmarks Preservation Board. The committee recommends the bill pass.
All right, Councilmember Rivera, as chair of the committee, you're recognized to provide the committee report.
Thank you, Council President. Again, this is a park that was landmarked by the Landmarks Preservation Board. This legislation would impose the negotiated controls and incentives agreement for the Licton Springs Park. The park was created in 1974, but the iron oxide and magnesium sulfide springs present in the park have long been associated with the traditional cultural heritage of our region, and as such is what some consider to be the first indigenous landmark of Seattle, as per the Landmark Preservation Board's presentation at committee last week. Our understanding on the committee from the Landmarks Preservation Board is that they worked with community members who nominated the park, including some members from our tribal partners. The designation is to landmark the park, not the play structure or the structure on the park. In this way, if those things need updating, et cetera, parks can do that work, but that the park itself is being designated as the landmark, and the Landmark Committee recommended its passage. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much. Are there questions or comments from my colleagues? Councilmember Lynn.
Thank you, Council President Nelson. Super excited to vote in favor of this. And I do just want to highlight as the potentially the first indigenous landmark, I think this is pretty special. And I also think it's important to recognize, as we look at historic preservation and landmarks, that we need to recognize that that as part of our history, many in our community, many communities of color, many indigenous communities were driven out of the city. And as we think about preserving buildings, we have to recognize that many communities were not allowed to own land and were not allowed to own buildings. And so I think we just need to be mindful of that. And I just look forward to finding additional ways to make sure that we are preserving the full breadth of our history. And so that's why I'm excited to vote for this.
All right, thank you very much. No further comments? Okay, will the clerk please call the roll on the passage of the bill?
Councilmember Lynn,
Yes.
Councilmember Rink,
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera,
Aye.
Councilmember Slaka,
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss,
Aye.
Councilmember Hollingsworth,
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle,
Aye.
Council President Nelson.
Aye.
8 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you very much. The bill passes and the chair will sign it. Will the clerk please affix my signature to the legislation on my behalf? All right. And will the clerk please read item 5 into the record?
The report, the Governance, Accountability, and Economic Development Committee, Agenda Item 5, Council Bill 121073, relating to the SODO Parking Business Improvement Area, changing the assessment rates and exemptions. The committee recommends the bill passes amended.
Okay, as chair of the committee, I'll provide the committee report. So first of all, this bill is step 1 in a 2-step process to help the SODO BIA continue to survive and thrive amid dramatic changes to that neighborhood. There are 3 mega projects slated to begin within the boundaries of the BIA, and for the public, we're talking about the business improvement area in SODO. Most notably, the West Seattle Link extension, which will involve Sound Transit purchasing a significant number of properties within the boundaries of the BIA. And under the current assessment rules, this would decimate the BIA finances since public entities do not pay into the system. The first step modifies the assessment to be based on appraised property value instead of taxable property value, which will set the stage to eventually collect dues from public property while also aligning the assessment to more closely match what other BIAs in Seattle have in their code. And then secondly, this will establish a stakeholder group in OED, the Office of Economic Development, to develop and provide recommendations to council on how to assess public properties like the Seattle Schools headquarters or the Metro bus base. This bill before us would not force any public entities to pay when they do not currently. Any of those changes would be made with subsequent council action. So this bill was requested by the executive director of the BIA and Erin Goodman. And so we have developed this legislation in consultation with her, also working with our central staff and with the Office of Economic Development. So are there any questions or comments about the legislation? Well, then I will simply say thank you, Erin Goodman. Thank you very much for first of all, prevailing upon us to make the necessary changes for the SODO BIA to thrive. I know how valuable the BIA is to the businesses in SODO, which are challenged by many things in that neighborhood. You have always been such a tremendous steward of small business in general in the city, and you have been especially helpful to me in my role as Economic Development Chair, not just about what concerns the businesses in SODO, but also what is very important to small businesses citywide. And you've been a very active and lucid stakeholder in a lot of decisions that have come before council that didn't directly involve BIAs, but I've always depended on you for advice and counsel when it came to small businesses in general. And you were at the table in my second committee meeting talking about what small businesses need right now. So I thank you very much for your service to the city and to the businesses within the BIA. So it's with my pleasure that I am stewarding this legislation that is really yours to help your good work. All right. I'm not seeing any other hands raised, so will the clerk please call the roll on the passage of the bill?
Councilmember Councilmember Lynn?
Yes.
Councilmember Rink?
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera?
Aye.
Councilmember Saka?
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss?
Aye.
Councilmember Hollingsworth?
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle?
Aye.
Council President Nelson?
Aye.
8 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you very much. The bill passes and the chair will sign it. Will the clerk please affix my signature on the legislation, on my behalf? And will the clerk please read item 6 into the record?
Agenda item 6, Council Bill 121-130 relating to Ethics Code prohibiting political consultants from concurrently performing consulting work with the city, establishing a cool-off period for political consultants. The committee recommends the bill passes amended with Councilmembers Nelson, Kettle, and Rivera in favor, Councilmember Hollingsworth opposed, and with an abstention from Councilmember Lynn.
Okay, as chair of the committee, I'll provide the committee report. This is a good governance bill, colleagues. The legislation was intended to address a straightforward problem, which is the conflict of interest that can arise when political consultants contract with the city to provide consulting services of other kinds, policy-related or other services. And sometimes that can confer upon their candidates a taxpayer-funded political advantage and allow for the insider trading of non-public information that can benefit one candidate over another. But mostly it was about making sure that our ballot measures that are put forward are really done in the public's best interest, and that they are formed by with policy interests in mind, and then they are run by a campaign and then voted on subsequently. We are really trying to close a loophole that blurs the line between government work and private enterprise of consulting. And so I appreciate this came out of the committee with with 3 votes in favor, 1 vote opposed, and 1 abstention. And I have recognized over the past couple days that the actual legislation, first of all, would have required political consultants to register themselves in the campaigns that they're working on for city candidates of office or city ballot measures. It would have prohibited the concurrent, it would have prohibited political consultants from working on a campaign and also at the same time doing policy-oriented work or providing other services that a consultant might. And it would have established a cooling off period between doing political consulting and providing other consultant services to the city. And I really do appreciate my committee members' willingness to entertain this legislation. I understand, however, that some of the prohibitory language goes too far, and I understand that. And so we have 3 amendments before us today, and I do appreciate the people that are bringing forward the amendments for really engaging with this important topic today. What we're really trying to do is strengthen public trust in local government, and that depends on our constituents having confidence that what we're doing, that the decisions that we make are in their best interests. And so I welcome the discussion of the amendments today, and I also just thank the whole council for engaging in this conversation. It's unfortunate that it had to come at the very end, but I did want to wait until after the election season, and of course after the budget discussions when other council meetings and heavy legislation is really not allowed. So for this reason, this is coming up at the very end of my term. It was not meant to be a rushed process, however. Anyway, I will call on the sponsors of the amendments as they appear on the agenda. Let's see, Councilmember Strauss.
Thank you, Council President. I move to amend Council Bill 121-130 as presented in Amendment 1 on today's agenda.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to go forward with Amendment A and Amendment 1. Excuse me, on my script it says A. Okay. Are there questions or comments from my colleagues?
Council President, as sponsor of the
Yes.
amendment, am I
Yep,
recognized?
go ahead. Yes,
Thank you
please.
for recognizing me as sponsor of the amendment. Colleagues and Council President, I'm going to speak just to my amendment right now. I will raise my hand later in this process to speak to the underlying bill. My final comments today will be based on the passage or approval or disapproval of these amendments. From the beginning, this legislation has been pitched as a way to improve our ethics laws regarding consultants in the same way that San Francisco and Portland has. I've heard colleagues share that Seattle should no longer be in the business of passing first in the nation legislation. That's why I was surprised that in the new version of the legislation unveiled last Thursday, the legislation stripped out all of the reporting requirements and focused on consultants, not ethics. The amendment that I have just moved would add those reporting requirements back in. So said another way, San Francisco and Portland are reporting based. They are not cooling off based pieces of legislation. If we pass the legislation as it came out of committee, we would be passing first in the nation legislation that has not been tested. If the council adopts my amendment, we will be back in place alongside San Francisco and Portland regarding this consultants legislation. And so my amendment would add the reporting requirements back in, and it would bring us into the alignment with San Francisco and Portland that have been held up as examples throughout this process. At the same time, the amendment would remove the provisions in the legislation that are counter to the San Francisco and Portland laws, like the prohibited conduct provisions. It has often been said sunshine is the best disinfectant in government. I agree. This amendment would create that sunshine. Adding these reporting requirements would create a more fair and transparent process for everyone involved. And to me, daylighting this requirement is central in this bill. Removing it is unacceptable. I hope that you join me in supporting this amendment to reinstate the reporting requirements and bring this bill in line with our peer cities instead of going further than anyone has been tested before. And I say that just because we've got 3 amendments today. This has been a very short process that we need more time, but I think we can get there if this amendment is passed. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Are there further questions, comments from my colleagues? I do want to note that the legislation in San Francisco and Portland do more than the regulations that confine the actions of political consultants in those cities is designed to prevent conflicts of interest. That is mentioned over and over again in the San Francisco's ethics code. San Francisco's ethics code explicitly applies to consultants and prohibits them from participating in decisions where they have conflicts of interest. Page 1 states, if you are a city officer or employee, including consultants, but are not a board member or commissioner, you should disclose the conflict of interest on the public record and abstain from discussing or participating in the decision in any way. And then on page 2, it says, all city elected officials, commissioners, and employees are public officials, as are independent consultants working before them. And then it goes on to talk about the ethics code that is designed to prevent conflicts of interest, which means basically it's termed in San Francisco's code as advancing a financial self-interest, and so that is why it explicitly mentions consultants. So it's all in basically, I appreciate what you're saying, Councilmember Strauss, that the reporting is important. I absolutely do agree. However, I would disagree that what we're doing here is completely groundbreaking or new. It is the prohibition of doing 2 things at the same time. The original legislation, as presented before us, prevents a political consultant from providing political consulting services to a city candidate or to a ballot measure at the same time as providing other consulting services. And it's that concurrence that was identified as a problem, because it provides for a conflict of interest in terms of the ongoing financial interests of that consultant's body of work and the unequal access to information that their political clients might receive. And then the legislation would not say you can't be a political consultant, or we're not trying to limit one's work with the city. We're simply saying that when you finish one body of work, there must be a passage of time, and that was the cooling off period that would allow for that same consultant to provide a body of work to the city. And so that is the intent of the original body of prohibiting concurrent work, establishing a cooling off period, and then requiring the registration of political consultants. And so I'm trying to point out that there are similarities with what is currently being practiced in those other cities and what I was trying to do here. We require lobbyists to register and not just get on the list, but also disclose their work. And we also require city employees from working on in a consulting firm, for example, especially on projects or with firms that focus on providing consulting services that directly relate to topics that they were working on as a city employee. So there are similarities. This is filling a gap by ensuring that consultants do not conduct that same work concurrently. So it is, in any case, I am simply saying that this is not brand new work, and the impulse that drove it was the same principles that the other cities that this legislation was modeled on, was based on. So, however, I do appreciate you bringing back the reporting requirement. So, thank you for that. And Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Council President. So if I understand correctly, this reporting requirement is so that well, let me back up and just say my spouse, is a political consultant in town. He doesn't, nor has he ever had contracts with the city of Seattle, which I think was a big piece, and actually the main piece of your original piece of legislation, Council President. To my understanding, it was trying to get at political consultants that have contracts with the city of Seattle would be prohibited from also engaging in contracts with campaigns or political candidates because of that inside information from having the contract with the city to begin with. So my understanding, Councilmember Strauss, is that you are taking out the prohibition and then putting back in the disclosure requirement with the SEEC for political consultants engaging in political activity in the city, that is campaign work or ballot measure work. My understanding, however, is that political consultants engaging in campaign or elected, representing candidates and races
Oh, you froze. Councilmember Rivera, can you refresh? We cannot hear you. I don't know if you can. Yeah, you can likely hear us. Let's. Are there other hands up that? What did you say, Amelia?
I was just noting that we can get back to her, but if there's no further comments, it's the body's call at this point. If we want to be at ease, or if we want to continue with the vote on Amendment 1. And she's off.
What'd you say?
She just, she's off the call now, so.
Okay, well, hold please. Let's be at ease until 2:45, and we'll take a short recess. Councilmember Rivera, please log back on. We're going to need you for
If you would allow council members to leave the dais, would you like to be at recess then? Or
Yes, we will recess until 2:45.
Councilmember Lynn,
Here.
Councilmember Rink,
Present.
Councilmember Rivera,
Present.
Councilmember Saka,
Here.
Councilmember Strauss, Councilmember Hollingsworth,
Here.
Councilmember Kettle,
Here.
Council President Nelson,
Present.
8 present.
Thank you very much. We are discussing Council Bill 121130, and Councilmember Rivera, you had the floor.
Thank you, Council President. Apologies, colleagues. My Wi-Fi went out in my home, probably due to the weather. And I couldn't join you in person today because I'm feeling under the weather. So thank you for your patience as I was trying to figure out how to join back in. Hopefully you're hearing me okay now.
Yes.
Thank you. I was making the comment that Councilmember Strauss's reporting requirement seeks to get information that is already being reported to the PDC and SEEC via the campaigns who have to report their consultants. So I'm not sure that it's adding anything that isn't already disclosed via all the campaigns in the city. So I'm not sure it gets to the issue at hand, which is folks that have both consulting contracts with the city and outside campaign work, in essence, simultaneously. While I understand the comments about being first at the city, I don't know the specifics of those other 2 cities, but I will say that the information being sought after by this amendment is information that you can already get from the PDC and the SEEC via those disclosure requirements from all the campaigns, including ballot measures. So I'm not sure, it seems a duplication of that information, unless I'm reading your amendment
Do you want to take it? I'm happy to.
not in the right way.
So I completely understand that, and that is partly why the substitute that we are discussing did omit the reporting requirements, because one could find that information, but the original legislation included reporting requirements so that it was all in one place. But I will let Councilmember Strauss address. Go ahead.
Thank you, Council President. Yes, as you just stated, and it's demonstration of how quickly this process is moving. There's no finger pointing in that statement, just a fact of the matter, that the substitute bill that came to committee last week stripped out the reporting requirements because, as the Council President noted, they are reported in other places. That took it out of being in line with San Francisco and Portland and created requirements that are not included in San Francisco and Portland. And so the amendment before us right now brings us back in line with San Francisco and Portland's consultant disclosure requirements. I will just be really transparent in saying I will vote for this bill even though I think it needs more time if this amendment passes. And if this amendment does not pass and the underlying bill goes above and beyond what our peer cities are doing, I will not be able to support the bill at this time, even though I do think that, as you said, the impulse that drove you to do this work is the same as in San Francisco and Portland. That's why I need our legislation to mirror those other bodies. And so I would love, I don't know, Council President, if you've got a take on this amendment, but I'd love to take a vote on it.
Are there any other comments? Councilmember Rivera, that's a new hand.
That's a new hand. Thank you, Council President. So, Councilmember Strauss's amendment is not, it strips the Council President's original bill from the prohibitions, and really, in essence, is replacing the bill with this reporting requirement that I guess I feel like is already information we're able to get. I don't know whether Portland or San Francisco require campaigns to disclose that information. So perhaps their bills are because that information isn't otherwise available. I do not know that, but that is a consideration here. And perhaps Councilmember Strauss, you can tell me whether whether Portland or San Francisco do not have the same requirements as the PDC and SEEC here for campaigns to have to disclose their consultants, in which case I'm compelled that the way that they set up theirs was because that information was not readily available elsewhere. Otherwise, I feel like your amendment is replacing the original amendment with just this information that can be obtained elsewhere, in essence. So I'm just getting to the heart of the matter here and what this amendment is actually doing. Because when you say you can't vote for the underlying bill on this amendment unless this amendment passes, your amendment is essence now the new underlying bill.
Well, if I'll let you know where I'm coming from. I would still prefer a bill with both reporting and rules that and some prohibitions about concurrent work and cooling off periods. But the reality is that we have to start somewhere, and we must have change over the status quo. And originally, in having the original impulse of having a reporting requirement was so that directors or people in other departments, when they are needing to hire a consultant for any kind of work, would have a place to go so that they know who are the political consultants, and then maybe be able to narrow their field for their specific work if they didn't require those services. So believe me, I agree with you that this is stripping two of the sections out, or two of the actions that this bill would take. And like I said, I'd prefer doing it all, but I understand why this bill does replace the original reporting requirement. So I'm going to be supporting this amendment. Are there any? Okay. All right. So will the clerk please call the roll on Amendment A?
Councilmember Lynn,
No.
Councilmember Rink,
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera,
No.
Councilmember Saka,
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss,
Aye.
Councilmember Hollingsworth,
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle,
Aye.
Council President Nelson.
Aye.
6 in favor, 2 opposed.
Okay, will the clerk please, we have a, one more, let's see. It's been moved and seconded to amend the bill as presented, no.
Councilmember Saka.
Saka, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Council President. I move to amend Council Bill 121130 as specifically presented in Amendment B on the agenda.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to amend the bill as presented in Amendment B. Councilmember Saka, you're recognized in order to present it.
Thank you, Madam Council President. And I couldn't agree more with the stated goal and intent of the underlying bill is to strengthen public trust and confidence in their local government, in this case, City of Seattle government. I also agree with the notion that this is fundamentally a good governance bill. And what my amendment would do is to strengthen that even further, particularly on a going forward basis. This amendment memorializes a commitment, it would memorialize a commitment by our council that should anyone want to make any future changes to our ethics code, it would first require a consultation period with our Seattle Ethics and Elections Commission on national best practices, and ultimately delegate rulemaking authority, which, in my view, would strengthen public trust and confidence, and promote accountability within government as well. This enshrines, if you support this amendment, this enshrines a commitment for all of us that any future changes to the ethics code must be made in direct consultation with SEEC and ultimately delegating rulemaking authority directly to them. And that can look two different ways as far as I can tell. One, it can completely and totally delegate rulemaking authority to this independent committee of experts. In my mind, that's acceptable. Balance of power issues and how much of our authority as policymakers do we want to delegate to others? This is one area where I would give the whole farm. I think there are many valid and important policy justifications and goals underlying efforts to improve the ethics code. But ultimately, and so I'm not at all concerned with impropriety in this case. The underlying problem rests with the appearance of impropriety. And so for me personally, I would be perfectly satisfied if we just completely 100% delegated that rulemaking authority to the independent committee of experts and let them and live up to whatever rules that they come up with on a going forward basis. Another way to do it is to any changes to the code have to originate from them, SEEC, and they would have to make recommendations to us that we can either adopt or reject. But the underlying thing that we're ultimately deferring to an independent panel of ethics experts would still hold true. It's probably a matter of personal comfort, what you're willing to do in terms of accept or reject their recommendations or completely hand off, and I'm in the camp of completely hand off. Because however valid and pure motive and intent any changes that directly originate from individual council members are, or mayor, if it came up, if a proposal originated out of the mayor's office. The appearance of impropriety is not where it could or should be. And for those reasons, I think on a going forward basis, we need to be more hands-off with this and live up to, and all just collectively agree to live up to whatever the independent experts thinks. And they're more inclined, I suppose, to more closely track and monitor all these national best practices and what sort of market and emerging best practices, et cetera, et cetera. Our problems within the city and our challenges that we need to be most focused on, in my opinion, are homelessness, affordability, public safety, and ethics is important, but again, one topic that I think we can carve off and hand off to our independent experts to set what the standards should be. So I think this is a common sense amendment, and I ask for your support. Thank you.
Councilmember Kettle.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Councilmember Saka, for your amendment. I agree with the underlying thought behind it and the intent behind it. I do want to say three things. One is there's the question of the executive director versus the commission. We did have the executive director and committee, and the way it's written, it's not really clear on that point, commissioners versus the executive director or a combination. And I think clarity on that is really important. I do believe in involving them and in granting them a role and having them be part of it. I hesitate somewhat. And it's not, as you said, it's not really clearly defined, but it says delegate rulemaking authority. I think at the end of the day, we have to be accountable to ourselves. We have to be responsible for what we're doing. And so I do agree with, delegating part of the process to them in terms of rulemaking authority to, have them have a greater role to participate and to contribute. But as written, and as you said, you can go a couple different ways. I'm not sure, on that point in terms of, in terms of how it was written. But I do think they should have a greater role. But I also think at the end of the day, we have the responsibility and accountability pieces to ourselves. And then the last point too that I wanted to make, I just wanted to make three, is that the last sentence says this work should produce and so forth. This sentence really strikes me as an effect as opposed to specific language in the bill. So those are 3 points, 3 observations. The question of executive director versus full commission, giving them a greater role. But this idea, we cannot delegate everything, but I do believe in having them have a very strong role. And in my belief that the last sentence is really an effect sentence as opposed to, council bill legislation sentence. So thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Council President. I want to thank Councilmember Saka for bringing this forward, and I want to thank Councilmember Kittle for his comments. I believe that we shouldn't be delegating our authority to our bodies that are advisory in nature to the council. I very much think we should be consulting with the Seattle Ethics Commission and Election Commission, but ultimately the responsibility is with us because voters have voted and elected council members to do this work, and it's part of the work that we're to be doing. So while I agree that we definitely should be consulting with the SEEC on any changes we're making to the ethics sections of the SMC, it does lie with us. So for that reason, I will not be voting for this amendment, but I very much appreciate Councilmember Saka, you bringing it forward and bringing up the points that you just made. Thank you.
I will be supporting this amendment because ultimately I agree with the principle that's driving it, that our ethics commission must ride herd on all things ethical that come before us, either directly to us, that are brought to us by constituent concerns, or to address problems that we see that we want to advance and have a remedy for. I want the record to show that I sent a draft of, an earlier version of my legislation to Wayne Barnett, and I believe it was no, it wasn't anybody on the Ethics Commission, but I sent it to the director, and on November 18th, and I said, I would love it if you would weigh in on this piece of legislation at your December 3rd meeting. I did not hear any response, and so I pinged them again on the 24th. So 6 days had gone by, and I said, hey, just letting you know that the draft had changed a little bit, but I would really like it if you would weigh in on your meeting on the 3rd. And then I heard from the chair that there wasn't going to be enough time to think about it in the week preceding the meeting on the 3rd. Long story short, I really did try to get some opinion, some buy-in, some advice, et cetera, from the Ethics Commission. And long before that, when it first became sort of publicly aware that there could be an issue in this department, in this realm of political consulting in early September, I did reach out to Director Wayne Barnett and asked if anything could be done about this, or if there could be any, what is the opinion of the commission, et cetera, and there wasn't much forthcoming. So I do agree that we need to stay in our lane sometimes when it comes to these issues, because we don't want it to appear that we are stacking the deck for us as electeds and as future potentially candidates. So that is the situation that we find ourselves in. I will be, what really has to happen is that I want to make sure that we've got an extremely well-engaged commission, that they are tracking what's going on. It's been my impression that sometimes the commission is very involved in the actual campaigns, and they're there to adjudicate on whether or not a campaign has, has filed financial reports late or whatever. But when it comes to these bigger picture items, sometimes, let me just say that we could use their guidance, more rigorous guidance, let me say. And we saw what happened when we tried to change some ethics rules. That shows you that Seattle really does care about ethics. So I believe that the openings on the Ethics Commission should be posted, publicly posted, and so I'm going to be encouraging that the positions are publicly posted so that when there are openings, whether or not they are mayoral or council nominations or nominee slots, that we get the widest possible array of people that are really interested in engaging on these issues that come before us. So with that, if there aren't any other comments or questions, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Council President. I'll just, to close it out, I appreciate comments from all of my colleagues, Council President, Council Members Kettle and Rivera. I think the position on Council Member Rivera is pretty clear, but Council Member Kettle, I heard some mixed feelings about this, which I appreciate. I think this amendment, first off, I work very closely with our central staff and legal team to construct. I do think it allows us maximum flexibility on a going forward basis to involve the SCEC director only, or director and the commission, or just the commission, or any combination thereof. And I think flexibility is a good thing. I don't think this purports to bind us in one decision path or another. Instead, again, I think it does provide max flexibility, but the ultimate goal is we need to delegate, and we can figure out, what the color around the edges looks like. I mentioned very transparent about what I'm personally comfortable with, but can figure out later what that delegation would look like and how that could operate. But anyways, thank you. Ask for your support.
Okay, will the clerk please call the roll on the passage of Amendment 2?
Councilmember Lynn?
Yes.
Councilmember Rink?
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera?
No.
Councilmember Saka?
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss?
Aye.
Councilmember Hollingsworth?
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle?
Aye.
Council President Nelson?
Aye.
7 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank you very much. The amendment passes, and we'll now move on to Amendment 3.
It's Amendment C.
Oh, Amendment C. All right. So
It was
okay.
just
Are we going?
Yes, it was just Amendment
All right.
1 and then Amendment
Okay.
B and
Thank you
C.
very much. C. Thank you. Okay. Amendment C is actually a partnership effort between Councilmember Rivera and myself. This Amendment C would require, and it was passed around to my colleagues here, The effect of the amendment would be to require disclosure to the Seattle Ethics and Elections Commission by any political consultant that accepts a city consulting contract. Requiring this disclosure by a political consultant will daylight to the SEEC and the public any concurrent roles of election campaigning and city consulting work. So let me explain what is the purpose of this. So it's the purpose is that I am putting this forward because I am still, and I will allow for Councilmember Rivera to speak as well. It's still important that we know, if we're not going to prohibit the the concurrent work by political consultants, it's important that we understand which political consultants are also doing contracting with the city to do other work. This sort of preserve some of the transparency requirements that were in the original bill. So if one is a political consultant working on a city ballot measure or for a campaign for city office, then if you also have a consulting contract with any of the departments or offices within the city, you must disclose that. And so that is the purpose of this legislation, so that we can at least have a better understanding of the range of work that our political consultants are taking on. Councilmember Rivera, would you like to add to the comments?
Thank you, Council President. I would just say that when you brought up the original legislation, my comment about that was wanted to make sure this was narrowly tailored. And I've said this in the context of this conversation in the last week or however long it's been since we've been talking about it, that, you know, the point was to address the prohibited behavior was just to have an external contract with either, you know, a campaign of whichever variety, because having that contract with the city might give you information you would not other have that then you can use in your external contracts. And that was the point of the legislation you were bringing, to my understanding. And which is what we voted on out of committee. So this that you're bringing today is keeping that spirit of your original, which is just ensuring that the city, that constituents, the public writ large, has insight and transparency about the political consultants' contracts directly with the city of Seattle, because they don't have to disclose that right now. That's not information you can get anywhere. So unlike Councilmember Strauss's amendment, which I felt like you could get that information right now because the SEC and the PDC require campaigns to disclose their political consultants, I felt like you could get that information. You cannot currently get information about what political consultants have contracts with the city of Seattle. So my understanding is that this amendment would do that. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't actually, that was the point of which, this is how I'm reading this newer legislation or amendment that you're bringing forward. So if I got that wrong, please correct me. But at the end of the day, is to give transparency to a political consultant that has a contract with the city of Seattle directly, be it a department, you know, any of the city departments or a mayor's office for that.
That is correct. I mean, that is how this is written after yours and my conversation. And so it simply does allow for that information to be present to other departments that are also thinking about hiring a consultant as well. Are there any further questions? We just need to know, it is helpful to know when, and it does not prohibit doing both or having a contract for consulting services and also engaging in a kind of a campaign related activity for a ballot measure or a candidate. It simply just daylights that. Councilmember Rink.
Thank you, Council President. I'm just digesting this. I understand we received this amendment while we were up here, so trying to understand at this time ramifications and just the cascading impact of this. And I know we've had a fair amount of discussion about how we were trying to mirror more of the policies akin to Portland and San Francisco. Do they have this kind of requirement, or do we know of other cities that have specifically this 15-day timeline associated with it? What can you speak to about other cities that have this kind of measure and reporting in place?
What I was trying to do was to, the 15 days is to be consistent with the reporting requirements that I knew that Councilmember Strauss's amendment would then replace into the bill. I don't know about the 15 days of, I have to admit that I do not know if there is a time limit by which consultants in San Francisco or in Portland have to register.
Thank you for that. Respectfully, I will be abstaining from voting on this amendment, just given that this is new and in an ideal state. I would have liked an opportunity to have a bit more time with this and confer with others, but I'm not in a place where I can vote on it today. Thank you.
I understand, and while you mentioned that, this is considered a walk-on. So, and this was an attempt to sort of marry an intent with a live amendment. So, if there is no objection, the council rules will be suspended to allow for deliberation on an amendment that was not distributed by the council rule deadline. Thank you for your grace. Hearing no objection, the rules are suspended and will proceed with consideration and deliberation. So, in essence, I understand your point. Are there other comments or questions? Okay, I move amendment. I move to amend Council Bill 121130 as presented on the recently distributed Amendment C. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to amend the bill as presented on Amendment C. All right. So, simply put, this amendment ensures that there will be a public record from now on to about which consultants are or have the potential to simultaneously engage in city campaign activities, and then leave it up to, because of the passage of Amendment B, leave it up to the if this legislation passes, leave it up to the SCEC, the commission, to weigh in on whether or not this is an issue and how to remedy it. Okay. If there aren't any further comments on Amendment C, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of Amendment C?
Council President, I have my hand up.
Go ahead, please. Councilmember Rivera.
So, thank you. I'm not clear now. So, with Councilmember Saka's amendment, are you saying all of this thing is going to the SEC to weigh in on and make a determination on how to move forward?
That is not what I intended to communicate.
Can you restate? Sorry, I may have misunderstood. Can you restate what you said about that particular amendment and the SEC's role? I will be honest, this is, with the latest breaking amendments, it's become a bit confusing to track.
Amen.
So I'm just want to be very clear on, what we're really doing here.
Right, and I do agree with the latest breaking ones. We discussed this twice in committee, and then I was responding to an amendment that was distributed late and wanted to maintain as much of the transparency as possible in the final bill. This amendment allows for, political consultants who also have contracting work with the city must disclose that. That's the shortest way I can put it.
Thank you, but I was asking about Councilmember Saka's amendment. You made a comment about next steps, and I didn't understand that thread.
I was just saying that that this gets, that what we're trying to do simply gets at part of the issue, and then that was a comment that was saying in the future, if there is anything that needs improvement with our consulting rules, whenever, that is something that can be taken up. Yeah, that was just a general sort of offhand comment. Okay, Councilmember Kettle.
Council President, thank you. I was just going to note, given Councilmember Rivera's remarks, and it's important, and it's one reason why I did vote for the Amendment B, was that in the first sentence it says that the City Council commits that if it takes up again amendments to the Code of Ethics, then it will consult with the SEEC on national best practices, and the consult word is key here, and so I think it's independent of this Amendment C, and you know, it goes back to moving in the future. So I think it's kind of independent. I recognize the conflation, but at the same time, I think the key word in the amendment actually is consult in Amendment B. Thank you, Council President.
Okay. Councilmember Rivera.
I think let's just move forward, Council President. And I have to say, I'm gonna today vote no all the way across the board, because it's become confusing in a way where I feel like it wouldn't be fair for me to vote with all the various points that now have come even just as early as yesterday and today. And if we're going to consult with the SEC to give us future recommendations, then I'm fine with that. But I don't want to move forward in a way today without having all these pieces coming together to really delineate what we're doing here. Thank you.
I understand. Thank you very much. Will the clerk please call the roll on the passage of the bill? Of Amendment C. Will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of Amendment C?
Councilmember Lynn.
No.
Councilmember Rink.
Abstain.
Councilmember Rivera.
I will vote no.
Councilmember Saka.
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss.
Aye.
Councilmember Hollingsworth.
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle.
Aye.
Council President Nelson.
Aye. And before you say the final number, Councilmember Brink, it is not possible to abstain on amendments in full council at the final vote. Would you like?
I thought that rule was on underlying bills rather than amendments.
The council rules provide council members an opportunity to abstain on only resolutions.
Understood. Thank you for clarifying the rules. In that case, to reflect my earlier comments, I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Okay. With that, could you please give us the final vote?
5 in favor, 3 opposed.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, the motion carries and Amendment C is adopted. And I will, are there any final comments on this bill from my colleagues? Okay, well, I want to thank you all for collaborating with me today so closely on this as we demonstrate the legislative process and the value of council action through robust debate and conversation and amendments. We have a bill that we can be proud of, knowing how significant a step in the right direction it is, and to be continued whatever happens in the future. Will this fix all forms of undue influence on policy at City Hall? No, but it is a meaningful start. It shed lights on an area where the lines between politics and policy are blurred in ways that erode public trust. Passing this bill today will make our government better for the people. And again, it is intended to strengthen public trust in local government. All right. If there is no additional amendment, please call the roll on the passage of the bill as amended.
Councilmember Councilmember Lynn.
No.
Councilmember Rink.
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera.
No.
Councilmember Saka.
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss. Aye. Councilmember Hollingsworth.
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle.
Aye.
Council President Nelson.
Aye.
6 in favor, 2 opposed.
Thank you very much. The bill as amended passes, and the chair will sign it. Will the clerk please affix my signature to the legislation on my behalf? And will the clerk please read item 7 into the record?
Agenda item 7, Council Bill 121-141, relating to city employment, exempting positions from the civil service system, returning positions to the civil service system. The committee recommends the bill pass.
Okay, as chair of the committee, I'll address this piece of legislation. City positions are either exempt from civil service rules or non-exempt. An exempt employee means one who serves at the discretion of the appointing authority in a position exempt from the civil service rules. From Civil Service Rule 1. The council authorizes certain city personnel actions through ordinances. This ordinance would authorize the Seattle Department of Human Resources Director to implement the following personnel actions: exempt 1 position from civil service and return 4 positions to civil service. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the passage of the bill?
Councilmember Lynn. Yes. Councilmember Rink.
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera.
Aye.
Councilmember Saka.
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss.
Aye.
Councilmember Hollingsworth.
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle.
Aye.
Council President Nelson.
Aye.
8 in favor, none opposed.
The bill passes, and the chair will sign it. Will the clerk please affix my signature to the legislation on my behalf? And will the clerk please read item 8 into the record?
Agenda item 8, Council Bill 121-142, relating to city employment, establishing the deferred compensation analyst classification, title series, and corresponding rates of pay in the Seattle City Employees Retirement System. Committee recommends the bill pass.
Okay, as chair, so I'll talk about it. The legislation would create a new classification series for employees providing deferred compensation benefit services in the restructured Seattle City Employees Retirement System Department. The current classification series of personnel analysts is restricted to SDHR staff. However, staff working on deferred compensation in that classification have been transferred to SCERS, and I should have said that that Seattle City Employees Retirement System is referred to as SCERS Department. Anyway, the new classification offers a defined scope limited to deferred compensation work within the department, rather than reference to citywide human resources services. So this is executive requested legislation, and I open the floor to any questions or comments. All right. Hearing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the passage of the bill?
Councilmember Lynn.
Yes.
Councilmember Rink.
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera.
Yes.
Councilmember Saka.
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss.
Aye.
Councilmember Hollingsworth.
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle.
Aye.
Council President Nelson.
Aye.
8 in favor, none opposed.
The bill passes, and the chair will sign it. Will the clerk please affix my signature to the legislation on my behalf? Okay, and will the clerk please read item 9 into the record?
The report of the Select Committee on the Comprehensive Plan, Agenda Item 9, Council Bill 120-985, relating to the land use and zoning, repealing and replacing the Seattle Comprehensive Plan pursuant to a major update with new goals, policies, and elements, and a new future land use map. The committee recommends the bill pass as amended.
All right, Councilmember Hollingsworth, as chair of the committee, you're recognized in order to provide the committee report.
Awesome. Thank you, Council President. Everyone wake up. Y'all ready? It started getting dark at 3:02, and it's been dreadful looking outside. I'm going to just throw that out there. But we're here, and I'm happy to see all of the smiling faces here in our council chambers. So, colleagues, I'll keep my remarks short because I know you all didn't come to council meeting to hear me talk long. But I want to emphasize how critical this legislation process was for the future of our city. This council has a legacy, this council will have a legacy of 20-year plan. We have a wonderful honor and responsibility of amending our plans for transportation, parks, housing, arts, culture, and more. And as the chair of this committee, I've led with a clear set of values. I've expressed to each and every one of you, and you all have expressed to me how we are striving for a welcoming, affordable, accessible, livable, and safe city. We have received and implemented feedback on how our community wants the city to look, feel, and adapt. Now, I'm gonna be honest, we have a ton of more work to do. And there are several phases to this legislation to get through in the coming years, and we still need to strengthen it with our anti-displacement plan, tree canopy, diverse housing options, walkability, sidewalks, transportations, our baby's best interest policies, and everything that support and promote growth. I'm proud of where this, and you all should be too, where this plan has landed. It's a great starting point, and I cannot wait to work on phase 2, and I really mean that. So thank you, council members, for your thoughtful amendments. Thank you, residents, for bringing us your wonderful ideas, and also, most importantly, for holding us accountable. The things we will approve on, and I will say this on the dais, and I mean it, because we will do it next year, is we will have better outreach to everyday people, from our department to, I know, our office as well, to make sure that people's voices are heard and we get everyone's voices across the city. That is really important. And also to colleagues, I've enjoyed working on this with you and all the comments and conversations that we've had working in your office, late nights, everything from start to finish. I've really enjoyed it. And we've had hard conversation, colleagues, and I'm looking forward to us passing this today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that introduction. So, just a second, please. Is there anything that we need to be? Okay. All right. Is there any, do my colleagues have any questions or comments going forward?
Oh, I need to move my amendment. Okay, thank you. Please, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to move. So those comments were the final comments, but I have some amendments that we have. That was a great introduction. Thank you, Council President. I'm going to move to amend Council Bill 120985 as presented on Amendment A on the agenda.
Second.
Second. All right, it's been moved and seconded to amend the bill as presented on Amendment A. Councilmember Hollingsworth, you're recognized if you would like to say anything more about it.
I do, because it's the amendment, and I want to thank you all real quick. We had a conversation yesterday, and I want to thank you all for us doing a deep dive in this amendment during the council briefing. And thank you, colleagues, for your engagement and conversations. We had robust conversations in our briefing, and this amendment obviously is to protect the historic Central District lines. You all know that this is a hill I'm willing to die on no matter what. I put my flag in the ground, and so I really respect everyone's opinion today and everyone's vote, and we've had conversations about it. So thank you all. Just to put it in perspective, because some people asked, the entire city is 53,000 acres. This is 99 acres, 0.2% of the city, which comes out to 10% of the regional center. This is the first step in which I am trying to make sure that that zone turns into an urban center. So everyone knows my intentions. I put this in the resolution to make sure that we are Besides protecting the historic Central District, that we are making sure that we have anti-displacement plans, and also the people that have been redlined in certain areas. It means a lot to them to have certain boundaries in place. I have no problem with areas being upzoned in the city as long as we're designating certain lines and having the correct names on stuff. Names and lines mean a lot to people, and I think that's really important as well. I've also been very, very transparent of bringing this amendment back. I told people months ago that I would bring this back, so everyone knows that I brought this back as well. And last but not least, I will be posting these full comments on my social media, particularly the comments I made in September, and also these comments as well, so people aren't picking and choosing what I'm saying here on the dais as well, that there is a complete record of what I'm saying fully, so people understand my intentions, and they also understand my goals and outcomes to this amendment, so no one is accusing me of anything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there other questions, comments? Okay, the amendment has been addressed, and I'll simply say that this amendment will make an important future map change possible. And so I know, Councilmember Hollingsworth, that you really listen to your constituents and in your district, and I know that you really care about truly representing them. And so I just want to say thank you for modeling and what a council a district representative is supposed to do is just get in there and really work through these things. And also I would say your work on the comp plan in general was, God, that was Class A, but I also note that in the midst of all of that process, you really did also have to really pay attention to what was going on in your own district. So thank you for that. Are there other comments or questions? Councilmember Kettle, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to thank Councilmember Hollingsworth, and I think it's important to note that I recognize all the different pieces that I've noticed within the comprehensive plan, actions taken by Councilmember Hollingsworth to further her community, the Central District, District 3, and moving it forward. I've seen this in budget as well, and there's been some other little pieces that, I see the work that she's doing and moving forward on, accomplishing her goals. I do support this as a resolution, and, the only reason hesitancy in terms of what will explain my vote is the legal risk as I was advised. So again, totally support the effort, all the other different pieces, the comprehensive approach that you're taking, and we'll support this in resolution, not here only because of the legal risk considerations that have been presented to us. So thank you again, and I look forward to supporting this through resolution and into the future. So thank you.
Councilmember Strauss.
Thank you, Council President. Through you to the sponsor of the amendment, can you please share with us if this amendment passes, how will we approach the zoning in this area next year?
Thank you, Councilmember Strauss, for that. May I, Council President?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Councilmember Strauss, for that question. So let me back up here. My original amendment was to restore an area that was neighborhood residential. Further talking to people and understanding, we withdrew that, and our original intent was to make that area be an urban center. We received information that because we did not post a 30-day notice to community, that would put the entire comprehensive plan in jeopardy. So we withdrew that. This amendment does not. There is some legal risk, and I understand that, but this does not jeopardize the entire comprehensive plan. The intention behind this, the second phase to this, is during phase 2 of the comprehensive plan, is to then post a 30-day notice for us to upzone that area, particularly for that to be the Central District Urban Center. So that is 10% of the regional center that would be returned to the Central District Urban Center. That would not remain a neighborhood center. It would be an urban center. So this is the first step to be able to do that. Thank you, Councilmember Strauss. Hopefully that answered your question.
Thank you. Yes, it does. Just to say that this is one step in a two-step process and that there will be increased zoning from your perspective brought forward next year in this area. Is that a correct summary?
Correct. There's no intention for me to have the urban center with a neighborhood area next to a regional center. Yep. Our goals is to have it side by side, to have a regional center next to the urban center central district. And this is the first step, so we can do a 30-day notice to the public so they know our intentions.
Thank you. I'll just pontificate that I believe that this error by OPCD was made by people who live in North Seattle that don't understand the central district boundaries. That's a personal opinion. With that, I will just say that I would have loved to have all of this wrapped up, but it's more important to serve the people of our city than it is to rush legislation. I'll be supporting your amendment today because I know that we will be taking this up next year. Thank you.
Councilmember Rink.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Chair Hollingsworth, for bringing this forward. And in the interest of transparency to the public, I used to live in this little area that we're considering right now. It's a wonderful spot. And to just preface my comments, I would say that in the Select Committee on the Comprehensive Plan, I voted no on all amendments that would reduce neighborhood center, urban center, regional center borders, because I believe that the current state that we are in with the housing crisis necessitates us to take bold action to ensure that we are able to build the housing that we desperately need. So in that same spirit, today I will be voting no on this amendment. I appreciate the work you've done, Chair Hollingsworth, with community, and I look forward to working with you in enacting the docket resolution to ensure the CD is the Central District is appropriately zoned within the Central District Urban Center. Thank you.
Any other comments? Looking twice? Okay. Will the clerk please call the roll on the passage of Amendment A?
Councilmember Lynn?
No.
Councilmember Rink?
No.
Councilmember Rivera?
Yes.
Councilmember Saka?
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss?
Aye.
Councilmember Hollingsworth?
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle?
No.
Council President Nelson?
Aye.
5 in favor, 3 opposed.
The motion carries and Amendment A is adopted. Councilmember Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to move to amend I'm going to move to amend Council Bill 120985 as presented on recently distributed Amendment B version 2.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to amend the bill as presented on Amendment B version 2. Councilmember Hollingsworth, you have the floor.
Thank you, colleagues, and I want to thank Councilmember Saka for his work and engagement on this. And I'm actually going to defer to him, if that's okay, on this amendment. I know I'm the sponsor of it, but we work closely hand in hand with his office to make sure that we have the technical information correct on this amendment, and also that we were keeping the intent of the original language as well with transportation. So. Council President, if it's okay, I would like to defer my time to Councilmember Saka.
Councilmember Saka.
Thank you, Madam Council President. Just first off, I want to thank Councilmember Hollingsworth for her leadership and her partnership in developing this amendment. The original amendment, so I'm the architect, colleagues, as you'll recall, of most of the substantive transportation-related comp plan amendments, and the original amendment as proposed by law, that was proposed by law when I was at the drafting stage, and I intentionally rejected that. It completely frustrated and rendered obsolete the important and compelling policy goals and justifications for putting forth the underlying amendment, and gutted it to a point where it was totally untenable, but there, as a fellow lawyer, I understand where they're coming from and legal risk and potential legal risks, I should note. And the underlying issue is 100% a policy decision that we as council are empowered to make. And I think there's a way for us to address all the disparate needs and considerations. And by putting a firm target date, I think that gets us there. And for us to live up to these standards, I think composite pavement condition index, PCI, I can't remember if that's the subject of the amendment or if it's asset sustainability ratio. There are many ways to measure performance of roads, but in any event, common sense amendment. I want to thank Councilmember Hollingsworth for her partnership and collaboration and willingness to learn and hear my perspective, and because I always want to do the same with her and her terrific team. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands raised. I support this amendment. Will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of Amendment B, version 2?
Councilmember Lynn,
Yes.
Councilmember Rink,
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera,
Yes.
Councilmember Saka,
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss,
Aye.
Councilmember Hollingsworth,
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle,
Aye.
Council President Nelson.
Aye.
8 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you very much. The motion carries and Amendment B2, version 2 is adopted. All right. Are there any further amendments on the bill as amended? Are there any further comments on the bill as amended? Councilmember Strauss.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Councilmember Hollingsworth, for leading us through a comprehensive process on the first phase of the comprehensive plan. I'm speaking with a little bit of enthusiasm because, like you, I noticed that we've been here for about 3 hours. It's dark, and it's a moment for us to liven up a little bit. Yes, let the record reflect the streetlights came on before 3:30 p.m. because it is stormy and it's dark. So let's liven this up a little bit so we can get out of here with a little bit more enthusiasm. Seriously, Councilmember Hollingsworth, you stewarded a very good process. It is very challenging to bring everyone's work together into a collaborative manner, and you were successful in that. I learned a lot from you watching this process, which is why our budget process went better, because I got to use some of the tricks and tips and tools that you used to improve our own process. So thank you. And I want to thank colleagues, all of you, for your partnership in this years-long process to approve this phase of the comprehensive plan in House Bill 1110. This also goes to the lawyers who did not like all of the questions I asked and central staff who worked on more amendments than I believe any other council member put forward. Thank you for all of your work. That high number of amendments came because I worked with hundreds of people, thousands through the engagement of my office, but many, many people one-on-one, whether it was going through meetings at my district office, walks around their neighborhood, coming back together around the conference table with maps and highlighters and pens, and then having the amendments published, and then having a survey to get people's feedback on that, and then only bringing a few more amendments. While OPCD was not able to engage those residents as directly as I was just happy to do it. This is what engagement looks like. Engagement is not a one-time meeting. It is a repeated partnership that continues. And so, again, I want to thank all of those neighbors who walked with me in the rain, came to the meetings late at night at the district office, or filled out that survey. Because of all of this collaboration we have before us today, legislation that will immensely expand our ability to build housing, combat climate change, and create more opportunities for small businesses. Let's also be clear, our work on the comprehensive plan isn't done. We've got more conversations regarding phase 2 to come. And because of the limitations of the initial environmental impact statement, we are passing a resolution that will conduct the additional studies to let us look at expanding housing opportunities even more in the future. I look forward to meeting with our residents on that similar cadence as we did in phase one. And I just want to share my gratitude across the board. Now I want to talk about trees, so I'm going to shift gears a little bit. In 2019, I was proud to help craft the resolution that set the pathway for passing the tree ordinance. From 2020 to 2022, I pushed our city to put forward the tree ordinance and to transmit it to council. In 2023, the tree protection ordinance was transmitted to council. And my apologies, I'm just bringing up some of my other notes right here to make sure that I've got some accuracy. So from 2020 to 2022, I pushed our city to transmit the ordinance, and in 2023, we finally received the ordinance. We then had it in committee, and after 8 committees, so again, for the record, it was sent to City Council on March 21st, 2023, and I made a public announcement ahead of that, outlining the schedule in which we would take up the tree ordinance. We had committees on, I'm going to get even the subject matters. So on Tuesday, March 21st, we had the introduction and referral to the Land Use Committee. On Wednesday, March 22nd, we had a policy discussion and an overview of the entire bill. On Wednesday, March 29th, we had a policy discussion on the tree protections and tree protection standards. On Friday, April 7th, we had a policy discussion on the tiers of tree protections, budget allocations, and central staff analysis. We then waited until Friday, April 21st, to vote on a substitute bill that enacted collaborative changes. On Monday, April 24th, we had a public hearing on the changes. On Wednesday, April 26th, we had a vote on amendments. And then on Thursday, May 4th, we voted on more amendments. My apologies here. And then we voted the bill out of Land Use Committee. I'm going to double check these. So we voted the bill out of the Land Use Committee on March 4th, and then we waited 19 days and had the vote at City Council on March 23rd. After those 8 committee meetings, 10 total meetings, and waiting 19 days between committee passage and full council consideration, we received opposition from the Urban Forestry Commission in the last 48 hours before final passage. Despite the Urban Forestry Commission being invited to all committee meetings as participants at the committee table and having the commission participating at the committee table for most of those meetings. During the tree protection ordinance, I stated that I would bring fixes that I saw needed to be done to the ordinance. As passing this ordinance, some folks had waited 20 years. It was more important to pass the ordinance that did most but not all, because we couldn't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. So in 2023, I saw fixes that needed to be made, and I stated I would bring them. I've been disappointed in the last 2 years with the lack of collaboration, which is why I put forward the amendments during the comprehensive plan process. This represents my package of fixes to the 2023 tree protection ordinance. As I stated during the amendment process, tree protections should be taken into consideration as a standalone issue, not in the comprehensive plan. Without the option of collaboration, I created my 5-amendment package improving tree protections in Seattle. Amendment 92 was similar to Amendment 91 that passed, which would give bonuses for housing if they, with stacked flats, if they protected a Tier 1 or Tier 2 tree. Amendment 100 required a minimum planting of trees on parcels being developed with no excuses. Amendment 103 did not pass, which would protect large trees outright that are located within 5 feet of the corner of a property. Amendment 104 protects large trees by reducing other city requirements that would otherwise make removing a tree inevitable. And I did withdraw Amendment 106, which was similar to the one that did pass. My amendment would have reverted the tree protection area to what was originally proposed in the 2023 ordinance. Colleagues, this represents the package of fixes to the 2023 tree protection ordinance. And if we had a standalone process, we could have had a more productive conversation. Alas, that did not occur. And at this time, I will pass the baton to someone else to take up tree policy from here. Thank you, colleagues.
Councilmember Kettle.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, this bill, this comprehensive plan, places our city on our toes to achieve our goals in housing production, in building homes. I believe this bill will help our city become the city it can be and the city that we need it to be. I recognize the differing opinions. Trust me, I heard them all on the bill, on its amendments, and also on the process. It is very complex. And I recognize this has been a challenge and that it's been difficult. But I want to thank a number of folks or groups, my District 7 Neighborhood Council that stood up and participated and reached out into communities. And all the organizations within, but also various other organizations and individuals that stood up to comment on this legislation, on this comprehensive plan, or to meet me in community and to do a neighborhood walk. And also the executive. I recognize there's been differing opinions, but I had fruitful and positive meetings with OPCD in terms of District 7 and neighboring issues, so I wanted to thank them as well. At the end of the day, I just want to close by thanking my team for all the effort that they put in, my Chief of Staff, Steve Smith, Policy Director, Brent Lowe, my District Director who's engaging a lot of these individuals, Rebecca Duran and Sarah Hanneman, who's come on as Senior Policy Advance and became like a point person on the comprehensive plan. And as I kind of motioned over to Councilmember Hollingsworth, I want to thank her and her team, who I see out in chambers as well. Yes, and for their work, because again, this is not easy. It's something that you stood up and took on, and so I want to thank Councilmember Hollingsworth and in support of her team and for getting the job done. Thank you so much. Council President.
Thank you very much. Let's see who's next. Councilmember Salka.
Thank you, Madam Council President. I'll be brief, colleagues. You're all looking at me like, yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. Good news is I don't need to vigorously disagree on I think this is something we can all be proud of. And so I just want to take this moment to express my gratitude and appreciation, first and foremost, to the community, members of the community, members of the public who came, oftentimes coming in person, testifying, showing up, sharing your emails, your letters, your documentation, hard copies of which were placed in the thing that were later sent out to all of us, meeting with our offices, my office on District 1 aspects, all the advocacy, all the advocates that were behind this whole effort. Just sincerely want to thank you all. It's a lot of work, and I think this package for this phase is ultimately a better package because of the various advocates that were involved. So thank you. Also, special thank you to Chair Hollingsworth. Thank you, Councilmember Hollingsworth, for your leadership, for your stewardship of this whole process. I think, simply put, you put on a clinic for all of us to learn from and incorporate lessons learned in our own, as we lead our own various committee work or select committee work on a going forward basis. You were very collaborative, exceptionally collaborative, and ensuring that as many community voices as possible were heard and reflected in our process. Bang up job, exceptional work, and I'm thankful for you in your office. I also want to thank your entire office staff, starting with Alex, Nina, Cameron, Yonan as well, but Alex in particular, kudos. My office really, really appreciated working with you in particular, but Councilmember Hollingsworth, your whole office. Alex did an amazing job, and can't express thanks without shouting out my own D1 office team, Chief of Staff Elaine Coe, District Affairs Director Eric Schmidt, and Office Scheduler Extraordinaire Logan Dooling. Thank you for your tremendous contributions to this plan and the success of this plan, and special shout out in particular to Elaine Coe, who spent countless hours on a very complex technical set of work streams. So thank you, and that's my comments for all the remaining bills too, so just one. But again, kudos to Chair Hollingsworth for all your hard work and successes in getting us to this point. Thank you.
Councilmember Rink.
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to take a note from Councilmember Strauss and keep the energy up. The dark is getting to me. Hi, everybody. This is an exciting day, and I want to join in the chorus of folks who are giving their thanks to Chair Hollingsworth for shepherding this process. Thank you to you and your team for shepherding a fair and incredibly challenging process, but one that you all handled with a lot of grace through all of our ebbs and flows. So thank you to you and your team. Thank you to our central staff, Lish, Keatle, HB. I don't know where it'd be without you. Thank you to my lead staff in my office, Caden Cook, for shepherding the amendments that represented my office's priorities in this process. And thank you to every neighbor who invited my office to walk their block, to every neighbor who came out and provided public comment, took the time to send an email. Thank you to every organization who took the time to develop a position on the comp plan. And thank you to the coalitions who also spent time developing recommendations for us to take up. When I talk to our neighbors about the comp plan, I often say that it's the wonkiest 1,000-page document that has such a deep impact on our day-to-day lives. Because at the heart of this, the comprehensive plan is about how we will live our lives, where people can live across our city, how we will ultimately move through our city. And it represents our shared future. And this update to our comprehensive plan represents such an important start in our work to make Seattle a more affordable place to live, while also reconciling with our racist history of land use policy in this city. And we have so much more work to do from this point. The docket resolution, which we'll take up next, is evidence of the need to continue moving work forward in our housing opportunity goals. And I'm very much looking forward to working through phase 2 and phase 3, implementation of the state transit-oriented development law, and so much more. But all in all, this comp plan update is certainly a step in the right direction and represents a lot of people power and work and hard conversations. And I want to thank everyone who's been a part of this. Thank you.
Councilmember, I don't know who had their hand up, Lynn or Rivera first. Councilmember Lynn.
Thank you, President Nelson. Just want to say thank you to everyone. I did not really have the chance to work on this other than testifying along with many others. Thank you to all the advocates here. This is a momentous day. And, you know, I do think this is an opportunity. The reason we are in the position we are in today, because around affordability, around homelessness, around unsafe streets, is because of mistakes that we have made in the past. And this doesn't solve all of those mistakes, but I think this puts us on a better path, moving in the right direction. And, you know, just to, don't mean to somber the mood too much, but this past weekend, we lost the life of a bicyclist on Beacon Hill. And that was pretty devastating for our community. And, you know, if we want to make real progress on Vision Zero, you know, we have to think about how we're addressing our built environment, how we're, you know, building dense, walkable neighborhoods with good infrastructure for pedestrians, for bicyclists, and that we're transitioning away from our over-reliance on vehicles as a primary mode of transportation. And again, not perfect, but this starts to get us on the right path. We've got a lot more work to do, and just want to again give kudos to everyone who's put in the incredibly hard work for this. So thank you.
Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Council President. I made most of my remarks back when we passed this out of committee. So I'll just say I want to thank again our colleague, Councilmember Hollingsworth, for her partnership and stewardship of the comprehensive plan to get us to this point. It was not a small feat. There was a lot that you did, Councilmember Hollingsworth. You really are such a joy, pun intended, to work with, and your team as well. And I really think this process went so as smoothly as it possibly could have been because of your stewardship of it. So I really just want to recognize you and thank you for that. I want to thank your team. And then I'd like to thank, obviously, my staff. All our LAs help us do all the work that we do every day. Nick and Jacob and Wendy, and in particular Wendy, because she was tasked with the comp plan and working with all the constituents. I want to thank all the constituents who we heard from and who partnered on this and who we've heard from in general and who came out to give testimony. It is part of our responsibility to listen to all our constituents as we're doing this work as district representatives. And of course, we need to listen to the populace at large. That is our job as elected officials. So I really want to thank everyone who engaged, and obviously also our central staff, because the marrying of all the amendments into this document before us today was no small feat. So really want to thank Lish and HB and Keto for all that hard work. And just thank all of you for the engagement on this comprehensive plan. I'm looking forward to it getting certified by the Puget Sound Regional Council so that we can get to the next steps, and so that we're able to meet the Growth Management Act requirements for this. And I think today's vote is what is going to get us there next. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Strauss.
Thank you. I was remiss to not share my appreciation for the one person that got all of the work done in my office, Anthony Rodriguez, who walked every rainy step with me, every evening with residents, made sure we had different colored markers so we didn't get confused, and most importantly, worked with central staff to get all of my, I think, nearly 30 amendments across the finish line. Thank you, Anthony. Great work.
I'll just say briefly that this is a long time in coming. We've been working on this pretty much all year. I think our first meeting was, I don't remember, maybe February, end of January. But the point is, we're about to make the largest change in Seattle zoning maps in decades. So we are meeting the moment of our growing city, and hopefully, by extension, our affordability crisis. One cannot say that zoning results in more affordability, but I will firmly believe that the more housing we have, the more choice people have, and that is good for our city and will hopefully give people of all incomes more choice. So what we're doing is addressing a housing crisis here, and we don't have enough for the people that want to live here, let alone the people that plan to come to our city. So we must, of course, expand our development capacity. I'm just saying the bottom line purpose of this legislation, and we'll get into obviously all of the height restrictions, where the real fun starts, deciding how high buildings are, what views might or might not be cut off. That I will I'll leave that work to you all. But I do want to note, since I have the opportunity to note that we also have to better align our goal for more housing with our regulations. We do not want to inhibit, once we allow for the capacity, the actual construction. Construction's costs are extremely high. Seattle has gone far over the state green energy requirements. There is now a requirement that there has to be a cost benefit, but we always have to be thinking about affordability in the end. We have to think about elevator requirements, condo liability laws, high taxes across the board for developing above the prescribed zoning, not just in certain neighborhoods. But most importantly, we have to think about how we are really trying to meet our policy goals with what we write down on paper and what we get in this plan. So I just want to thank all the hard work that went into this, and note that even when it comes to as Sharon Lee would say, one of our partners in affordable housing, we do have to think about whether or not we're making it easy for landlords to operate apartment buildings here, or affordable housing providers. Keep those things in mind as well, because providing for capacity if housing doesn't get built is a problem. So I just want to say, of course, I'm excited to be taking this major step forward with you, and thank you very much, Chair Hollingsworth, for leading us all along the way. Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other. Would you like to have the last word?
If I may,
Please do.
Council President, thank you. Just want to thank our staff, our team, Alex, Cam, and Nina, for all of your hard work. I really appreciate y'all. Y'all know how much I care about you, and just really thankful for all your engagement. And central staff, Lish, Keatle, and HB, thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, will the clerk please call the roll on the passage of the bill as amended?
Councilmember Lynn,
Yes.
Councilmember Rink,
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera,
Aye.
Councilmember Saka,
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss,
Aye.
Councilmember Hollingsworth,
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle, Council President Nelson.
Aye.
8 in favor, none opposed.
All right, the bill as amended passes, and the chair will sign it. Will the clerk please affix my signature to the legislation on my behalf? All right. Will the clerk please read item 10 into the record?
Agenda item 10, Council Bill 120993, relating to land use and zoning, implementing a major update of neighborhood residential zones and modifying development standards in other zones to comply with various state laws. The committee recommends the bill passes amended.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Hollingsworth, as chair of the committee, you're recognized in order to present.
Awesome. Thank you, Council President. I'm going to move to amend Council Bill 120993 as presented on Amendment A on the agenda.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to amend the bill as presented on Amendment A. Councilmember Hollingsworth, please go ahead.
For the record, it's almost dark, okay? So wake up, everyone. We are still here. House Bill 1110 we are almost on the finish line. So colleagues, this bill is a collection of technical amendments that central staff and we have discussed. You all received those versions. It's technical amendments to make sure that we are cleaning up House Bill 1110. We would urge your vote on this. And if you have any questions, more than happy to answer them. And I believe we have central staff in the audience, but we had a presentation yesterday to address some of those questions. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments on the bill, on the amendment? Okay. Will the clerk, I support the amendment, of course. Will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of Amendment A?
Councilmember Lynn,
Yes.
Councilmember Rink,
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera,
Aye.
Councilmember Saka,
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss,
Aye.
Councilmember Hollingsworth,
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle,
Aye.
Council President Nelson.
Aye.
8 in favor, none opposed.
The motion carries and Amendment A is adopted. Are there final bills on the, are there final comments on the bill as amended? No? That was just on, okay.
Thank you, Council President. Final comments?
All right. So we're now going for the final vote. I will simply say that again, this is a long time in coming, and I am, it took the state legislature forcing our hand a little here to really get us really focused on facilitating more gentle infill in neighborhoods, and this is important to for many reasons, and so it is for many reasons, but I'll mention first of all, it unlocks new homeownership opportunities for the next generation of families in Seattle, and I'm really glad that council took the carrot approach and worked it with stacked flats, accessible units, protecting existing trees, planting new trees, and maximizing green space are important. They respond to the priorities of our constituencies, and they're all going to happen in these new home projects because of the levers we pulled. So between now and our next comprehensive plan in 2035, home builders will have added hundreds or even thousands of new units in our neighborhoods, keeping homes affordable without changing what makes Seattle such a desirable place to live. And I say keeping homes affordable, that's a stretch, but by creating the capacity for more supply, we do, it is a step in trying to keep prices from going up as fast as they could with levels of scarcity that are greater than we're experiencing right now. So if there is any, okay, I don't see any other comments. Will the clerk please call the roll on the passage of the bill as amended?
Councilmember Lynn,
Yes.
Councilmember Rink,
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera,
Aye.
Councilmember Saka,
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss,
Aye.
Councilmember Hollingsworth,
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle,
Aye.
Council President Nelson.
Aye.
8 in favor, none opposed.
The bill as amended passes, and the chair will sign it. Will the clerk please affix my signature to the legislation on my behalf? And then, will the clerk please read item 11 into the record?
Agenda item 11, Resolution 32183, relating to the One Seattle Plan Comprehensive Plan Update, calling for additional measures by city departments to further advance the goals of the One Seattle Plan and requesting that the Office of Planning and Community Development and other city departments develop additional amendments to the comprehensive plan in 2026. The committee recommends the resolution be adopted as amended.
Thank you. Councilmember Hollingsworth, please provide the committee report.
Thank you, Council President. And I'm going to move to amend Resolution 321183 as presented on Amendment A on the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to amend the resolution as presented on Amendment A. Please go ahead and you're recognized in order to address the amendment.
Awesome. Thank you, Council President. Resolution time. Resolution has a lot of good stuff in it. This amendment specifically asks and requests our Office of Planning and Community Development, otherwise known as OPCD, to study and bring recommendations to the council. One of them is for outreach to Central District residents. The goal is to hear from community about growth, housing, displacement. It's also in the resolution for 14th to 18th Avenue for Central District Urban Center. That is in the resolution right there to make it transparent about what the next steps in our process is going to be. Also, OPCD should suggest ways to reduce displacement pressures amongst entire residents in the city, and also places where people have been redlined as well. This is important because this talks about the history of redlining and the importance of community identity and cultural anchors. As we are building a city, we need to continue to have our cultural anchors in place to create community identity and also have just really incredible places and historical places for people to be able to enjoy as well. Colleagues, thank you all for your consideration on this amendment. And I know, talking to you all, how much you all support a lot of the anti-displacement measures, and I just really appreciate your engagement during this process. Thank you.
Okay. Not seeing any hands, I support this amendment for the same reasons I supported Amendment A to the comp plan. Will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of Amendment A?
Councilmember Lynn,
Yes.
Councilmember Rink,
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera,
Aye.
Councilmember Saka,
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss,
Aye.
Councilmember Hollingsworth,
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle,
Aye.
Council President Nelson.
Aye.
8 in favor, none opposed.
The motion carries and Amendment A is adopted. Are there further comments on the resolution as amended? Councilmember Rink.
Thank you, Council President. Just offering some final remarks on this action. As I stated before, this comprehensive plan is an important start, but there is significant work that needs to be done in the coming years. And we heard loud and clear from our constituents that we need to be going further by expanding housing opportunity in high opportunity, low displacement risk neighborhoods. And that's why I introduced Amendment 34 to bring back 8 of the previously studied neighborhood centers that were a part of that original scoping process: Alki, Dawson, Roanoke Park, South Wedgwood, Gasworks, Broadview, Loyal Heights, and Nickerson South Canal. All of these 8 potential centers are in the docket resolution, meaning that we will have the opportunity to add them to the comp plan after additional environmental review in the next year or so. We'll also take up changes to parking minimums, allowing housing on transit corridors, and anti-displacement measures. And I'm very excited to be working with all of you on those policy issues in the next year. Thank you.
Additional questions or comments? Well, I'll simply just probably state the obvious that a resolution isn't the preferred path to making the additional changes that the council wanted to see in the mayor's comprehensive plan, but we are bound by requirements that require additional environmental study when we want additional growth than was studied originally. So adopting these items in the plan today would have jeopardized the whole thing, and so that is why we're going forward with this resolution. We have to continue to follow SEPA and the GMA as mandated by the state, and I'd love to see some of those limitations loosened across the state. So councils can make adjustments that may not have been prescriptively studied in SEPA previous to actions that they are trying to institute to meet the moment of their cities. But in any case, absent any change at the state level, we have clearly indicated to OPCD and the future mayor what this council would like to see in next year's update to the comprehensive plan. So this is always an ongoing process, and I just thank my colleagues for really thinking about our needs today and into the future when it comes to growth of this city. So you are welcome to have the last word if you would like.
Thank you, Council President. Just really appreciate everyone's collaborative approach, especially on a resolution. There was a lot of stuff in there, very diverse, a lot of ideas, and looking forward to us continuing that process in phase 2, from the neighborhood centers to transportation to ADUs, anti-displacement. We can go on and on and on. It's really, really a great resolution, and looking forward to us taking a lot of that information up in phase 2 of the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the resolution as amended?
Councilmember Lynn,
Yes.
Councilmember Rink,
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera,
Aye.
Councilmember Saka,
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss,
Aye.
Councilmember Hollingsworth,
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle,
Aye.
Council President Nelson.
Aye.
8 in favor, none opposed.
The resolution as amended is adopted, and the chair will sign it. Will the clerk please affix my signature to the legislation on my behalf? All right, everybody, good job. I mean, that one really does have to recognize the magnitude of that project coming up to this point. So just off script a little bit. That was long and hard and worth it. Okay. Will the clerk please read item 12 into the record?
The report of the Parks, Public Utilities, and Technology Committee, Agenda Item 12, Council Bill 121-137, amending the amended Landscape Conservation and Infrastructure Program Funding Plan for the South Lake Union Downtown, as adopted by Ordinance 127-252, amending Ordinance 127-156, which adopts the 2025 budget, including 2025 through 2030 capital improvement program. Committee recommends bill pass.
All right, Councilmember Hollingsworth, as chair of the committee, You are recognized in order to provide the committee report.
Where's everyone going? You've been here for 3.5 hours and you're just gonna give up on us like that? I'm just pointing it out, just playing. Okay, last two agenda items. We're gonna power through these. So agenda item, Council Bill 121137. This is LCLIP, initially came to committee in July. This council bill is an amended version, a landscape conservation and local infrastructure program legislation, also known as LCLIP, was passed in committee and full council last July. This council bill modifies the LCLIP and appropriates LCLIP funding to support the Westlake Park improvement. The additional appropriations would fund removal and storage of an art installation and address necessary expenses to keep the project on track for completion by summer 2026. Thank you, colleagues. I hope for your support. Thank you. And this is also in Councilmember Kettle's district, District 7 as well, just for the record.
Council President.
Thank you very much for allowing me for that time there. Are there any comments on this legislation? All right, seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the passage of the bill?
Councilmember Lynn,
Yes.
Councilmember Rink,
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera,
Aye.
Councilmember Saka,
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss,
Aye.
Councilmember Hollingsworth,
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle, Council President Nelson.
Aye.
8 in favor, none opposed.
All right, the bill passes and the chair will sign it. Will the clerk please affix my signature to the legislation on my behalf? Will the clerk please read item 13 into the record?
Agenda item 13, Council Bill 121138, relating to Seattle Public Utilities, authorizing general manager / CEO of the Seattle Public Utilities or designee to acquire by negotiation or eminent domain parcel of land in Seattle for utility purposes, identified as King County parcel number 152-504-9010, located at 4000 Northeast 41st Street. Committee recommends the bill pass.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Hollingsworth, as chair of the committee, you're recognized to provide the committee report.
Thank you, Council President. Council Bill 121138 authorizes Seattle Public Utilities to acquire a parcel in Laurelhurst neighborhood, appropriating an additional $9.2 to augment the $55 million in 2026 adopted budget in the capital improvement program. This would be buying the property that now protects ratepayers from paying to remove the development and displace homeowners when a pipe fails preemptively. And the city must comply with the state requirements for replacing it with an open creek channel. If we pass this legislation, SPU will be able to start the process of planning for this project. I also want to thank committee members, and especially thank you to Councilmember Rivera for all her hard work. This is in her district. I believe she brought an amendment for SPU to incorporate, or they did, it was an amendment, but to make sure that we incorporate a community engagement process into this legislation, which I know is incredibly important, especially with this community, and I know that they will do a great job. And as I say, there is I forgot what I was going to say. I apologize. That's the end of my quote. Thank you.
All right. Any further comments or any comments? All right. Seeing none, will the clerk, I'm sorry. Okay. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you. Sorry, I know I'm online, so it's just want to say thank you to Councilmember Hollingsworth and to Seattle Public Utilities for their due diligence in adding language into the legislation to make sure they're communicating with constituents who care very much about this in the district I represent. I also wanted to say that I really appreciate, it is state law that necessitates when you are replacing the pipe to actually do the fish passage and the daylighting of the creek. And so I made some comments last at committee about this, but that is what the state is requiring of us to do the fish passage and the daylighting, and what I think we should be doing as we are updating these pipes. We've done it in various places across the city, including Mapes Creek and also Thornton Creek. And I think this is another example. So it is something the state is volunteering us to do in terms of doing the fish passage and daylighting. And like I said, it is important to do so because we need to promote, you all know I sit on WIRA 8 Salmon Recovery Council. So we need to do what we can to really promote fish passage and daylighting these creeks, which of course brings back wildlife into the area like we've seen in Mapes Creek. So anyway, I wanted to add that and clarify that. Some comments I made at last committee so that was clear. My interest also in making sure that constituents are part of the conversation and that, we're supporting fish passage. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and also Councilmember Rivera for your real close look at this legislation and for your advocacy for your district. All right, seeing no other comments, will the clerk please call the roll on the passage of the bill?
Councilmember Lynn? Yes. Councilmember Lynn?
Yes.
Councilmember Rink?
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera?
Yes.
Councilmember Saka?
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss?
Aye.
Councilmember Hollingsworth?
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle?
Aye.
Council President Nelson?
Aye.
8 in favor, none opposed.
The bill passes and the chair will sign it. Will the clerk please affix my signature to the legislation on my behalf? All right. Now we're on J, item J, which is items removed from consent calendar. Councilmember Rink, as chair of the committee, you are recognized in order to provide the committee report on appointment 3382.
Certainly. Thank you, Council President. Do I need to move?
I'll read the...
No? Okay. We can just address. Thank you.
I'll simply read that appointment. Appointment of Gulgan Kaim as member, Cultural Space Agency, Public Development Authority, Governing Council for a term to December 31st, 2027. And the committee recommends that the City Council confirm the appointment and in favor. So that was the item that was removed from the consent calendar. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you.
Hold on, wait a minute. Excuse me. I'm being told that, so go ahead, Councilmember Rink.
Thank you, Council President. Sorry, this is a first for me. Colleagues, this nomination passed unanimously out of my committee, our December 5th meeting. I'm interested to know more about the reason behind it being pulled from consent, but just by way of introduction, the Cultural Space Agency is a public development authority that emerged from a decade of work led by the Office of Arts and Culture and the Seattle Art Commission, and it was envisioned as a community-led partner with whom we could work to preserve and expand cultural space in our city. And this concerns simply the appointment of Gulgan Kaim, and I will pause there to hear any of the rationale behind it being pulled for today, and will respond. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, let me get to my notes. As you all know, I'm having some tech issues because my Wi-Fi is out, so I'm trying to make sure that all right. So Councilmember Rink, thank you for your remarks. I wanted to say I did reach out to let you know I would be pulling this from the consent calendar, but unfortunately we were playing communication tag and we were not able to connect. And of course, there were so many items at the 11th hour that it made it hard to catch sooner. Colleagues, I pulled out this item for individual vote because I'm concerned about city department directors participating on organizations and entities that receive funding from the city of Seattle. I would say whether it's legal or not, or even technically ethical for them to do so. I know that they would have to recuse themselves from business involving the city, and that might be a large portion of that entity's work. There's also the appearance that they would unduly give an advantage or upper hand to that entity or the organizations that that entity represents. Of course, whether or not this were true, it could be seen that way by other organizations that are not in collaboration with that entity or in partnership. You know, we all understand this ourselves as it comes to our work and when we have to, you know, not sit on boards or recuse ourselves. And so really, you know, I've not heard before of a department director sitting on a PDA or an organization's board in this manner. This doesn't mean it hasn't happened. I can't speak to what happened before I was here, what the practice was. But I will say that the concern is, you know, when I saw a department director, it doesn't matter which department director. So that's not my concern. It's any department director sitting as a board member of a decision-making body that gets funding from the city. It does raise ethical concerns for me. And so I don't think it is a good practice for the city, because whether or not, like I said earlier, it is true, it could be seen by the public and other organizations that somehow they're going to give favoritism to this entity or the entities that are involved with this, the organizations that are involved with this entity. So this is the reason why I pulled this item for an individual vote. I don't want to start having department directors for their protection and the city's protection, having the ability to sit on these boards that oftentimes you have to recuse yourself because of the funding piece with the city and because of the appearance that something nefarious is going on, even though it is not. I don't believe there to be. So this isn't that I think that there is something going on. It's that it gives the appearance. So in any event, there are a lot of other, this appointment can be filled by many folks in the arts community who are super engaged and would not have the appearance of a conflict of interest, even if there's not an actual conflict of interest. And for that reason, I pulled the appointment for individual vote because I don't want to vote for a department director to sit on a governing board of this or any other entity. And I do want to say that I very much appreciate Director Kaim's work and the work of her staff in the arts community. I super support the arts community, and I really appreciate that our city gives such has such a strong commitment to the arts. But nevertheless, I just want to make sure that we are clear on our department directors and their involvements with these separate entities. And like I said, in this case, it just happened to be arts, but to me, it doesn't matter. It's any department director. So thank you for letting me explain why I pulled it out. These are my feelings on department directors in general. And thank you for listening as I a little bit stumble through my remarks because I don't have my remarks that I had prepared because my Wi-Fi is out and also I'm not feeling 100%. But I think you get from what I'm saying what the concern is on this particular, appointment. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions or clarify anything I just said.
Okay, so thank you very much for those comments. I will provide the opportunity for Councilmember Rink to respond or to go ahead.
Thank you, Council President. Councilmember Rivera, I know I swung by your office a few times to catch you, and I always invite you to send an email or at least allow your staff to speak directly to Mind in order to avoid these misunderstandings in the future. Now, colleagues, in case there's any confusion, a public development authority is an independent quasi-governmental agency, so this specific appointment is more analogous to our relationship with the Sound Transit Board or the Regional Policy Committee than anything else. Seattle having a seat on this governing council is ensuring that our community's interests are being served in a coordinated and efficient manner, and that we as a city have closer oversight and can ensure greater accountability. When the PDA was chartered with the Office of Arts and Culture, when the PDA was chartered, the Office of Arts and Culture had a dedicated cultural space liaison who worked directly with the cultural space agency and community to coordinate the efforts of both agencies and ensure that both arts and the PDA were responsive and accountable to the community we all serve. Now, leadership changes at Arts at the end of the Durkin administration led to the Arts Office largely walking away from cultural space work altogether. In my opinion, that was a huge mistake. And in 2023, when Mayor Harrell appointed Director Kayem, a national leader in creative economy and cultural placemaking, it was a clear signal that the city is re-engaging in cultural space work. And this mayoral appointment of Director Kayem to the Cultural Space Agency PDA Governing Council is delivering on this promise. And appointing Director Kayem to this PDA's Governing Council ensures that we are in close collaboration with a community-led entity focused on building and preserving spaces that fuel our cultural economy and help our cultural communities remain in this city. This is important work. It's simply good governance to have our Director of Arts and Culture engaged in this work. Again, the Sustainability City Light and Arts and Culture Committee unanimously recommends this appointment, and I strongly encourage you to approve this appointment today in service of supporting our cultural sector. Thank you.
Are there any, okay, council member, well, I will allow for Councilmember Rivera to respond if it's a direct response to something that was just said. Otherwise, Councilmember Lynn, I believe, had his hand up first.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Council, I just want to address Councilmember Rank. Thank you for your comments about engagement. Want to, be very clear that it was always, I did reach out. That was my intention, and I don't want to make it seem like somehow there was anything nefarious on my part. There wasn't. That's why I reached out to you earlier. I don't sit on the arts committee, so I couldn't address this earlier. There were a list of many pages worth of appointments. So when I was going through down the appointments, I noticed this one, and because it's a department director, it caught my attention. And there's in no way that I don't care about the cultural sector in our city. This is not that I, we as a city are very involved in the arts space. And so this is in no way undermining that or taking away from that. I support that. I'm very active. Again, this is just more at the very basic level. I don't think department directors should be sitting on entities that get funding from the city or that engage with organizations that get funding from the city because of that point of confusion. But it's not in any way to insult either the director or the organization or our arts community, or that we shouldn't be robustly engaging in the arts community. That is important to me because I don't want it to be couched in that way. Again, this happened to be arts, but this could be any department director. So this is more about the spaces, the board positions, if you will, that directors, department directors at the city of Seattle are engaged with as it relates to, funding that we may provide that entity. So that is all this is. And I just wanted to make it very clear. And it was unfortunate we didn't get to chat. But I don't think we should attribute ill will to each other. We haven't to this point. So want to make sure that is, that is very clear. And again, I'm not feeling as well today, so maybe I did not articulate that properly, but I wanted to make sure that that was very clear for the record. So thank you.
Councilmember Lynn?
Yeah, I just wanted to. I think there is an important difference between organizations that we fund, like nonprofits, versus public development authorities, which are entities that the city stood up for a specific purpose. They are independent, but we do have an oversight role for them, and we often. We do have a special relationship with our PDAs. We often fund them, and we have unique authority to provide them things like funding or property and so on. And so I think, you know, I hear your concern, Councilmember Rivera. I guess I would be curious, you know, I'm comfortable approving this appointment today. You know, in the future, if we want to look at and engage with perhaps Office of Intergovernmental Relations, on future appointments, if this needs to be something we address. But just want to highlight the unique nature of the PDA relationship and that it is different than nonprofits or other groups we fund.
Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Councilmember Lynn. I appreciate your comments, and I would welcome that conversation with OIR. I'll say that I know that the PDA serves as a fiscal sponsor for other organizations that get funding from the city. So it is this really a little bit of a weird and unique, position that this PDA sits on. And so this is why having direct, especially from departments that might provide funding or any other departments, because at the end of the day, when the department director sits on a board, they are the representative of the city. So I just want to make sure that, I guess I'm overly cautious. So I always want to make sure that the city doesn't appear that we're in a role where we're playing favoritism. But that is where this is coming from. And so I appreciate what you're saying, and I welcome the conversation in this regard. But because of that unique, I guess it's unique, where they serve as fiscal sponsor for organizations. Organizations will come to the city and say, we feel like the way that the departments are implementing funding is, providing advantage to some organizations versus others. And I'm not saying this is the case here at all, but it is the appearance piece that is of concern. So thank you, Councilmember Lynn, for your comments. I really appreciate them.
Okay. I see no other hands raised. All right, will the clerk please call the roll on the confirmation of the appointment?
Councilmember Lynn,
Yes.
Councilmember Rink,
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera,
No.
Councilmember Saka,
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss,
Aye.
Councilmember Hollingsworth,
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle,
Aye.
Council President Nelson.
No.
6 in favor, 2 opposed.
The motion carries and the appointment is confirmed. There is not a resolution for adoption today. I would like to explain my vote just on the previous item, if I may. I hope that going forward there is some conversation about people, or just in general, the people that oversee the committees that, like the housing levy, transportation levy, but primarily levies that we do have to note potential conflicts of interest in all areas, and I appreciate Councilmember Rivera's attention to that. All right, so don't worry. Like I said before, I will be brief, and I mean that. So I just want to note that, as I said before, today is my last day, and I'm going to cut out the list of things that, the legislation that I'm proud of, et cetera. Councilmember Strauss, is that a new hand?
Well, I was going to wait until you were done, but I can talk now if you want.
Are you are you speaking to an item? Which item would you prefer to speak on? Just a second.
Council President, I'm just going to get the words out of my mouth, which is that you and I have agreed and disagreed on many different issues over the course of the last few years. And what I know to be a fact is that you are an incredibly dedicated public servant. And so I wanted to take this opportunity to thank you for your service to the city of Seattle. You've made our city a better place. Again, we've agreed and disagreed, but I've just seen your immense dedication to our city. As much as I hate walk-on amendments, it was proved with you bringing a walk-on amendment on your last day on council because of your desire to make this a better place. So on the policy, agree or disagree, it doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is you're an incredibly dedicated public servant, and I want to thank you for that. And I want to thank your entire team, Jeremy, Stephen, Taman, and Eric, for everything that they've done in service to our city. So thank you, Council President Sarah Nelson.
Thank you for those comments. I'll take it. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. You're right. I do get into the weeds, and always the walk-ons have to flow from. We have to be flexible. Let's just say. So, Councilmember Saka.
Thank you, Madam Council President. I just want to take a moment to celebrate and express my sincere appreciation and heartfelt thanks for you and your selfless service to our city over the course of multiple decades, but in particular these last 4 years. Our city, no doubt, is better off because of you and your work and your leadership. I appreciate you always being a sounding board for me as one of the more senior members in this body, kind of showing me the ropes and giving me cues and practice pointers of where to look and how you would approach a particular issue or suggestions for resolving a particular issue or getting smarter about a particular policy issue, whatever it is. You've been a great thought partner. We've agreed a lot and we've disagreed some too. And through it all, you have been a tremendous partner, highly collaborative, and couldn't have asked for anything better. And a colleague, really appreciate you. When I think about your time in this council, which overlaps with half of my time so far, I think 3 main high-level policy achievements that you were able to win. You were able to deliver and help expand treatment services in our city. No other individual elected official in our city's history, as far as I can tell, was able to expand treatment services to the level and scope that you were able to deliver in your 2 year, or in my 2 years here and your 4 years on this council. And I think a lot of that comes from the personal firsthand lived experiences as someone who's overcome addiction and someone who's been very candid and forthright with their struggles and use those experiences to empower them to do better for communities suffering from behavioral health crises. And so I'm really grateful, and the people of the city of Seattle should be forever grateful for your contributions to expanding treatment services across our city. Another thing I think about you, Council President, and your policy achievements, I think about your highly impactful contributions to supporting our small businesses, the tremendous supports that you were able to deliver to better support our small businesses, which are the backbone of our economy. And I think part of that might come from your personal firsthand experiences in that space as well, but beyond that, very impactful. You're the architect in my eyes of the Storefront Repair Fund, and recognizing that our city failed to deliver on our highest responsibility, charter responsibility, to keep people and communities and small businesses safe. This cool new fund to help our city better respond to crime and vandalism and things like that. And earlier this year, or late last year, whenever it was, I worked hard, worked with OED, had some budget ideas in mind myself to expand that program, to make it more, instead of reactive, more proactive in nature, to cover preventative type work. And you were already leading the charge on that work. And ultimately, what I was trying to do, which you were already in the process of doing yourself, was build upon your own work. So I was just trying to build upon your work, and you were already iterating and building upon it, making it even better by now it's called the Back to Business program. And hugely impactful. I'm working with constituents right now. I want to thank OED while I'm at it for delivering this program and implementing it. But I'm working with constituents right now who are benefiting from the proactive, preventative nature of that program and the response, broken windows, storefront repair fund aspects of it as well. You led that effort. And the third and final thing is, all of your tireless efforts to bring about a thriving arts and cultural scene here in the city of Seattle, including through the creation of the Seattle Film Commission, and including but not limited to. And those things and so much more, I know in my mind and in my heart that our city is way better off because of you. Can't thank you enough. Thank you. Appreciated your thought partnership, your friendship, your feedback, the way whenever we disagree, and how we did it in a mutually respectful manner, but still holding firm to our principled positions. And the final thing I'll just say, Council President, is, unfortunately, I think you were a bit unfairly targeted at times. And this job requires us to have thick skin and, not take things personally. But I do, at the same time, think you have been unfairly targeted. And in fact, as early as last week that I recall, I heard people saying really insensitive comments about you and your prior lived experiences and their hopes. That kind of thing is unacceptable. I think we need to get in a place as a society where we're civil, where we can disagree on policy, we can disagree on the merits, and avoid the bullying, harassing, intimidation type of behavior. But I think you have been unfairly targeted. All that notwithstanding, I think you still handled yourself with tremendous grace and dignity, and set an example of how all of us should seek to emulate when faced with that kind of unfortunate stuff that should never happen, with a sense of moral magnanimity that we can all aspire to. I applaud your bravery, your courage, your willingness to stick through it, all that notwithstanding, and your partnership, your collaboration, your friendship, and your tremendous contributions to the short and long-term success of our future. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, and also thank you, Councilmember Strauss. Didn't mean to undermine the spirit of your comments. All right, and when you were talking, Councilmember Saka, I was racking my brain. Now, which time was he referring to? Because, and here's what I want to say before anything more. And thank you very much. You shortened my speech. What I want people in the public to recognize is that everybody that sits up here, we're doing our hardest. We're working our hardest, and it's not about me or the policy. I just, having lived this job for 4 years, I do recognize that it is challenging, and I will ask the public of the future to treat the council of the future, the present right now going forward, whoever they are up here, with respect. Because it is, you don't know all the work that goes on behind the scenes, and I believe that we're all just trying the hardest we can. In any case, I will not belabor, so thank you very much. Yeah, it's a different city than it was when I took office in 2021. I mean, when my staff and I assumed, when I took office and started the job on January 2nd or 4th, I can't remember what it was, 2022. Second floor was dark and downtown was dead. And you look outside now and it's a world of difference. And I have you all to thank for that. I am proud of my work on public safety, on expanding access to on-demand treatment. Thank you very much for noting that. You don't need to be in recovery to recognize that addiction and the fentanyl crisis in general is driving public safety and chronic homelessness problems. I've said that so many times, people could probably say it for me. But in addition to public safety, and we together have reversed the trend of losing more officers than we can gain, but under your leadership, Councilmember Kettle, we have, as Chair of Public Safety, we have put public safety back at the top of our priorities in its rightful place. Anyway, I will just end by saying that I was the first I was the first small business owner to serve on city council since 2009 when Jan Drago was up here. And she owned, I think she owned Haagen-Dazs, I can't remember, and probably other businesses. But a lot of my work was focused on just really trying to help small businesses and, who are impacted by all the other issues. But these are people that put everything they've got on the table to own a small business, and that's what makes the city the wonderful city that it is. We're not a city full of chain stores. We're a city of quirky individual brick and mortars and also businesses that drive our economy. And so, yes, that was motivating me, my lived experience as a small business owner, but it really is the backbone of our economy. My whole point is that there are certain things that have driven my work over the years, but I just want to say that what really matters was just everyday thinking, what is the right thing to do, and then sometimes being frozen by indecision, because it really does depend on who you're talking to, and things are really complicated. So I took on issues that I thought were important, and I also listened to constituents and just tried to do the right thing. I will just say that this isn't just my last meeting. I want to note that it is the end of the term for you all. And what is really remarkable, colleagues, is that most of you, when you were elected in 2023, you didn't have the typical background as someone in politics. You didn't first serve as LAs or anything else. You came from many different kinds of professional backgrounds. The Navy. Now who would have thought 4 years ago that we would have contests, or we would be bragging about how many people in the armed services or veterans do we have up here? So I just want to say that this is the end of your first term and the end of a term, and Councilmember Strauss, the elder, who's always sticking around to say what's going well and what's not right. Appreciate that. The point is, when you look outside, downtown is no longer dead. Downtown is no longer dead. We're going to end this year with 94 net positive officers. Our city is coming back, and that is what gives me hope. We all did that, whether or not we don't need to take ownership of legislation. It doesn't really matter who did what, et cetera, but we act as a body, and we have, right now, after 4 years, the city is in a better place than it was 4 years ago, and that is what's really important. I talk about aligning our policy goals with our, with our regulatory environment. That's a way of just saying, remove the barriers that exist in our laws, in our code, in sometimes just the way we do things that prevent us from really getting the important work done. and making this a better city through legislation, through or just through the way we comport ourselves, etc. I'm just saying that we've seen good changes in the past 4 years. There's a lot more to go. I played a small part in that. You guys will take on, some hard things next year, but I just have to say thank you so much for everything that you've done. It's been a blast working with you. And I see Maritz's, well, look at this. Maybe sometime we'll say the first names at the dais, but whatever, I'm not going to push it. My point is I see your hand up. I want to just note that people in the room right here that I want to recognize, Jeremy Moan and Eric Nielsen, my staff, thank you so much. I mean, you mentioned the other day in our little party, sometimes I say, just tell me what to do. And that is the case. And it's because I have such dedicated, smart, and committed staff who have my back and also who I listen to for advice, policy, and otherwise. Thank you so much for the work that you've done, and that goes for Taman and Stephen too, that are out there floating their other jobs. I have a to-do list, and it's simple. I would like that you continue working on permitting. Keep working on permitting. Our permitting nightmare problems are slowing economic activity. They're creating real hassles for small business owners, and really they are a big detriment. So I hope that council continues to work on that. Keep working on downtown, and keep always, you got to pick up the phone when the constituents call, because sometimes we forget that what our job is serving the public. And when they call with a problem, we got to pick up the phone, answer that email, and solve it. It's not just about the policy. It's about helping the people that live in Seattle. And when they have a problem, we got to try to solve it. That's all I will say. Thank you very much for your work going forward, and I hope for the absolute very best for the incoming mayor. You've got some great staff out there in the departments, and just keep, I have to believe, and I heard you on the campaign trail, Mayor-elect Wilson, we have the same hopes for the city, and I think that we all do here. And sometimes you have to get beyond the politics and just get down to the business of helping people. So. All right, Councilmember Rivera, you want the last word? Go ahead.
No, I really just wanted to join my colleagues in gratitude. I know that I said some things yesterday at the party, but for the record, I wanted to just thank you publicly for all the work the last 2 years that I've had the honor of working with you. As council president, you led us through a lot of processes. You're absolutely right. We, as a body, I think we're going to sink or swim together. That's what I tell my team in the office, and that's what I think of any bodies coming together to do the work. And I really appreciated you leading us the last 2 years as council president. And I think you did a lot. And I think you're selling yourself a little bit short on focusing on, small business. You also did so much to partner with me in District 4 to support so many of the things that District 4 really cared about. They saw you out there, and they know how much you partnered with me on their behalf. So, in addition to all you did on the small business front, and I very much appreciate that because I have a lot of small businesses in the district, as you know, you also partner to do work on all the things, from comp plan to parks to SDCI to the comp plan with OPCD. I think I just started with that, but it was so important. I'll mention it twice. So there were just so many things. And then, of course, through the budget processes and giving a lot of focus. And like I said yesterday, your steadfast commitment to addiction and recovery services and the city's support of that cannot be underscored. This is something that you very much care about. You gave a lot of focus to, and I agree, because we want to see people in our city succeed. And they're not going to succeed if they are saddled by addiction. And also, I would add mental health services, which you and I talked a lot about. So I very much appreciate the partnership. You are a caring individual. You are passionate because you care so much. And I, for one, really appreciated your advocacy on behalf of everybody in the city, as regard all of the work that we do as elected officials on this council body. And so thank you for your commitment to all of the people of Seattle and for working so hard to push us to do the right thing, and to push us in the direction that I think has been advantageous. This council has accomplished a lot together. We all had a piece of that puzzle, as you say, but really appreciate your leadership, and shepherding us through all the various processes and legislation to get to the city in a better place than you probably entered it at the time that you entered it. So that is I just wanted to add that to my comments from yesterday. And you will be missed.
Thank you, Councilmember Rivera, for those comments. I appreciate it. Councilmember Hollingsworth.
I'll be brief, Council President. Thank you for your service on this council. The one thing I really appreciate about you the most is how much you really embrace small business, and you put the flag on your chest and you ran with it all throughout Seattle, but also small businesses of color, and understanding that it's a driver of economic mobility for a lot of them, immigrant families, communities of color, for small businesses. And that, to me, was everything for you to put that flag on your chest and run around and talk about the importance of small business. So really, really appreciate that. And also for you just being authentic in who you are. And I said this yesterday at the party, you know, not caring honestly what people thought about you and just saying how it was, and no matter how it landed. So really, really appreciate that piece. So thank you. I hope you have enough rest, relaxation, and also a good recharge as well. So thank you.
Thank you for saying that. Yeah, just to follow up on what you just said about not taking myself so seriously, yeah, I'm a middle-aged white lady who's in recovery, and so I have no shame, but also, you know, I hope that I have helped to lower the standards of perfection around here, and not taking yourself too seriously is a way to really connect better with people and also have a better time at this job. Go ahead, Councilmember Kettle.
Council President, I just want to say, from my past life, simply say fair winds and following seas to you, to your family, and best wishes for whatever the next chapter in your life brings. As a fellow Gen Xer, class of '84, and all the like, wishing you all the best moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And to the voters out there, thank you for the privilege of giving me this opportunity to get to know this city, to serve you. It was, you know, it was a pure joy to be in this position, and I appreciate the trust and confidence that you put in me to get me into this job, and just stay engaged in politics, because we are all in this together. So it's been tremendous learning experience, a lot of fun, and I will miss it. But with that, I'll be watching, and thank you very much, everyone. Oh, one last thing. Oh, okay. See, I'm not taking myself too seriously that I forgot to do this one really important thing that our clerk is telling me to do. Oh, yes. My term as council president ends on December 31st, 2025, and the next opportunity for the incoming council to elect a council president is on January 6th, 2026. This time gap creates a council president vacancy from January 1st through the 6th, or until a council president is elected. So the vacancy needs to be temporarily filled to ensure that there is a succession in place in case of an emergency to handle urgent city business. And to do this, the council will appoint a 2026 council president pro tem and succession based on seniority and in alphabetical order starting January 1st, 2026 and ending when the council adopts a 2026 and 2027 council president pro tem resolution. This is all a way of saying that there is a gap between when my term ends and the vote for the new, president happens. So if there's no objection, Councilmember Strauss will be appointed as council president pro tem, and in the absence of Councilmember Strauss, the following will serve as council president pro tem in the order of succession following. Okay, Councilmember Hollingsworth, Councilmember Kettle, Councilmember Rivera, Councilmember Saka, Councilmember Rink, Councilmember Juarez, Councilmember Lynn, and Councilmember Foster. This appointment will be in effect January 1st, 2026 and expire when the council adopts a 2026 and 2027 council president pro tem resolution, which basically says who's pro tem when in the following 2 years. All right. Now you know what happens in the case of emergency. We have leaders. All right. Hearing no objection, the pro tem and the order of succession will be in effect January 1st, 2026 and expire when the council adopts a 2026 and 2027 council president pro tem resolution. Thank you all. That makes me feel better. Okay. Is there any further business to come before the council? All right. Thank you, everybody. Signing off. All right, we are adjourned. It's 5:20.